Yo. What's going on, you guys? How we doing? Everything should be working properly. I've been tinkering with my setup a little bit. So just trying to make sure everything is working properly. What's good, Tyler? What's up, Neon? How we doing? Oh, folks, it's been a day, but it's Friday. We're streaming. Ready to give you guys some good feedback. Talk shop. What's up, Will? What's up, Josh? How we doing? Yo, I saw some chatter in the chat a little bit above. Yeah, guys, this feedback stream I'm hosting on YouTube, but this is primarily for, not primarily for my Patreon subscribers, but this idea started with Patreon. Like, I did a stream on Patreon, it went really well, and I was like, we might as well do this on YouTube. But just to keep this stream smooth, I put up a form on my social media a few days before. Get a ton of submissions, and I can pull up that form during the stream and then have the tracks downloaded. It just makes it for a smoother process, because if you guys were to send me your tracks now, I'm not really sure how to go about that. I have to go to my email and stuff. It'd be a little too hectic, I think. What's up, Colton? Anyway, all right, let's I say we get right into it. We got a lot of submissions, so yeah, we're just gonna get right into it. Yo, and another thing too, by the way, it's kind of funny. Maybe I need to do a better job at explaining how this all works, right? Because the people that are subscribed on Patreon, the highest tier, they get priority. But I got mad people saying they're Radiant, but the Radiant spots are limited. So I'm like, this doesn't make sense. But maybe they were just trying to, like, I don't know. But we are going to open up with the Radiant members' tracks, and we'll move down the priority list. I'm also going to check out some free members as well, 100%. But yeah, let's do it. Let's get after it. So we're going to start with, I've got these 3 tracks pulled up. Bang. Oh, don't want them to play. Not yet. Get this Ryos guy out of here. All right. Let's do it. Yo, Harmon, I put a form on my social media earlier in the week. I do these streams monthly, so you have to just check out like my YouTube community, subscribe to Patreon. I post on my Patreon feed as well, post on my Instagram stories a few different times, and then you just fill out the form with your information, send it over. I'm not gonna lie, we already got so many submissions though, and there's no shot I'll be able to go through all of them today. So I already have my sheet situated over here, so definitely next time be on the lookout for the forms and all that good stuff that I post. You can fill it out, all that stuff. Yeah, Holly, same situation. Yo, Colton, the Radiant fraud. Yeah, dude, I think it might be that I'm just not explaining it well enough. So next time on the sheet, I'll say like it's Patreon tiers. I think people might just see like the tier list, be like Radiant, like, oh, I'm Radiant, you know, all good. I'm also looking for a man in finance, Papa Squat. Yo, I played that in Texas and it went off. That was insane. Yo, low key, I was when I was making my set for Dallas, I was like, yo, should I play man in finance? I'm like, yo, I have to. But the vocal is so trolly. And I was like, oh, do I make a mashup? And I'm like, I can't. Like, I went supremely viral off that. And sure enough, it did do really well live. Even though it's so trolly, it's still such a fun record. All right, guys, we're going to get right into it. So I have these 3 records pulled up. Let me switch to the studio view. Like that. Nope, like that. Nope, like that. There we go. All right, cool. So we are in FL Studio. And we're going to kick things off with Manifesta and Distill. This one's called Hear Me. This is, Manifesta in the chat. Let's do it. Let me make sure that I've got my little handy thing pulled up here, which is not showing up again. Insight is so glitchy. I don't know why. Is that working now or no? Nah, it's super glitchy. That's okay. We don't need that. All right, cool. Let's take a listen. Also got to mute my mic for this too. Let's go like... I forgot my command. One second too. Let me make sure the levels are good. Oh, I messed up my master. I turned this down before. Okay, levels should be good now. You guys, let me know. Let me know if there's any issues, but it should be good.
I'm broken when you're not around. Unspoken words I'm screaming out. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Now. Words I'm screaming out. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hold tight, I'll be here with you all night. My mind, getting lost in your eyes. Words I'm screaming out. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Tyler. That boy's cooking. Yo, let's go. All right. I've got a few thoughts immediately. I'm going to start rapid firing them. So overall, I think the idea is dope. I think that there's something here. No pun intended. And definitely needs to be explored more, for sure. And expanded upon. Because I really like this idea as a whole. The first thing, which is kind of funny, kind of left field, but it's the first thing that stuck out to me. The vocal. So the vocal's dope, but it is a splice sample. And something so simple and easy that you can do is consider using a tool like Automate, right? And this is not sponsored. This is just what I would do. So Automate has this cool thing where you can like drop a sample, whether it's your own recording or a splice vocal, whatever, and then you can change the voice. And I think if you're going to use a splice vocal, like finding ways that you can tweak it so that it's sounding different is one of the strongest things that you could do, because you know you want it to have some kind of unique flair. And I think that using splice samples is amazing. I like to do it too, but especially now with how many powerful tools there are, like Automate, you can completely switch the vocal, like the voice, and make it feel fresh and make it feel like your own. So that's like the first thing that I would do, just so it doesn't have that kind of like, oh, that's a splice vocal kind of feeling. But I think the melody and everything of the vocal works really well in your track. So I think it's just a matter of messing around and trying to switch the voice up. I think that's a cool idea. I really like the arrangement too. I like how fast everything kind of progresses here.
I'm broken when you're not around.
I saw in the chat you said you wanted to maybe redo the breaks. I think the only part that needs to kind of be redone is this little breakbeat, big synth kind of section. But the main kind of chords and that Medusa-ish house bass that's in there, I think sounds super dope. Like I would 100% keep that. Now something interesting with the build-up though. I feel like the build-up is lacking space. It's not dramatic, and I feel like the simplest thing to do, honestly, is to take that drop lead that you have in there already. Right? Like you can hear it coming in a bit. One thing that I love to do is I actually duplicate my drop lead on a separate track and then add its own processing. And that is like one of the things that change my buildups personally, because it gives you so much more freedom and flexibility to manipulate the sound and actually make sure that that build lead is perfect. So in particular, in this case, like I would definitely add a distortion and try to make it brighter, and not actually add top end. Like keep it filtered like it is, but have it be more high mid driven, and then maybe add another reverb or delay on it. Really get that sense of space, and then you can also crank that in the mix and make it really loud. Like it's really buried at the moment, which is understandable, right? Like it's a drop lead coming in, but I think increasing the volume of that a lot and then doing what I just mentioned will give it a really nice sense of space. And at the same time, I actually think, funny enough, this is one of the few times I'm going to actually recommend you turn down the drums. If you are going to leave the build drums open and not filtered, they need to be quieter, because the drums currently are really dry in this build-up, and it sounds like there's almost too much contrast, because the whole break and everything is kind of spacey and vibey, and then these dry drums come in, and it feels like it doesn't fit. It kind of feels like it's on top of everything. So just a rule of thumb, in these kind of spacey tracks, if you are going to put build drums that aren't filtered, then you just want to keep them on the quieter side. And then, of course, you could also just filter them. Use a low-pass filter, slowly open them up. That's an easy kind of thing, too. So for this... For the drop is super dope. I really like the main lead. There is one thing that's missing, though. And depending on how you want to expand on this idea, you really have two options, in my opinion. You can make the bass a lot more aggressive, or you can add a nice, like, crispy or, like, grungy layer to the main lead. Because right now, it's, like, a little bit on the chill side. Like the sound itself is sick, but it's really like the atmosphere that I'm missing. So, you know, if this was my song, I would probably lean to adding a really washed out lead layer that is tucked behind the main lead. Like keep that main lead still the primary sound, but have that have this extra like washy layer. Same kind of deal as the buildup. Distorted, heavily compressed, and pretty bright without high end, right? So no sizzle, but keep it like high mid-driven. Think like 3K-ish, right? So it's really present. And that way you get this really nice sense of space along with the drop lead, and that's also going to give it a lot more energy. So that's what I would definitely recommend here. The other thing that I was going to say about the bass, like I just almost wish you had a very simple, crispy saw bass, just layered, and make it super subtle. Like I'm trying to actually, okay, so the first example I can think of, funny enough, I was listening to Thunder by W&W. I think it's one of the best big room tracks of all time. I was listening to that the other day, and I realized for the first time, especially in the second drop, the kick has this like mid-rangey, crispy saw bass kind of a sound layered on it, and it makes it sound so much freaking meaner. It is so dope. So if you listen to that track, you can kind of hear what I mean. You almost just want to give the bass like a texture. You don't want to make the crispy bass like so loud where it's like obvious, if that makes sense. You want it to just feel like your current bass, but just with like a little twang to it or something like that. So those are like the two main things that I would say that I think will really push the needle in a positive way when it comes to this drop. But the good news is like the melody, the bass line, like everything is there. I think my qualms with this are just in terms of the production, but those are easy fixes.
Can you hear me?
Another thing that I can quickly add, I think some really short stabs would be dope throughout this drop. If you think of someone like Vular, the kind of let's see if I could find it quick. Hold on. Vular has this one stab, at least in his sample pack, that I think is so dope, but it's dope because it's so short and snappy. And that's kind of what I want to hear out of in this drop as well. Let me see if I could find it quick. It's gotta be one of these. Yes, this one. All right, so listen to this stab. This one is so sick, and I think this kind of profile is what your drop needs. Super short, more like low mid focus, where it's kind of more power. It's not like a super bright noisy stab, but little things like this littered throughout this kind of drop goes such a long way, and making it sound a little bit more expensive and less like a demo, if that makes sense. So yeah, dude, I mean, I'm really loving this idea. I think this whole break section too, one thing that I can add for the second break, like I think it's so desperately calling for that main hook that you have, the "You Hear Me." Put that in here, just almost like an ad lib. Add a ton of reverb on it, so it's super spaced out and kind of acts like a little vocal chop / instrument. But just have it say, "You hear me, you hear me," and then when the vocal comes back in, you get that nice, satisfying kind of result.
Hold tight, I'll be here with you all night.
And then to round up on, or what's it called? To wrap up on this track, the last thing we'll talk about is this kind of hands up section. I like to call it that. It does feel like inconclusive. It feels like you're trying to keep it mellow, but kind of keep it energetic at the same time. Honestly, dude, I think that you'd be better off just resorting back to this section. Like after you have this like mini breakdown and you do that little vocal thing that I just mentioned, go back to this and then just rinse and repeat. And I think it's a simpler arrangement and it's a lot easier to execute. And I think that it's going to be more effective too in the long run. I think this might be just like a little left field. If you insisted on doing this though, what I would say is definitely lean into going bigger. And if you're going to lean into going bigger, you're going to need like a really nice transition to kind of go from this interlude kind of section into this big section. And then you're just going to have to ramp up the layering.
Hold tight, I'll be here with you all night.
Yeah, it's definitely a cool idea, but I think that, yeah, I think for me, and just given the whole mood and vibe of the track and the pacing of it, I would just kind of resort back to that main initial break. So definitely a dope one, though. And I only see that this is V1, but you definitely need to pursue this one because I really like this idea overall. Definitely dope. All right, let me see what the chat's up to. How we doing, guys? How we doing? Let's see. Yo, Rez, I did listen to Shocker by WW and Headhunters, bro. Those guys, they were so ahead of the curve, bro. Like, these tracks, if you released Shocker or even Thunder, Thunder is maybe a little bit dated, but let's say Shocker. Bro, if you release Shocker today, it would slam. So ahead of their time. And if we're talking about tracks ahead of our time or ahead of their time, dude, Wool V by Dyro, to this day, production quality is through the roof. And I want to say that track was released in like 2014 or something. Bro, that guy is insane. That guy is crazy. All right. Trying to scroll down and my chat's bugging. Hold on. There we go. What's up, Music IQ? I'm doing well. Busy, bro. But I'm doing well. Had a kind of crazy day today. Yeah, Halo. Exactly. It's a little too clean, just needs to be dirtied up a bit. But that's like, honestly, that's the fun part, dude. I love taking a clean idea and making it dirty. Yeah, bro. Yo, Vlade. How we doing, man? Vlade is a stream legend, bro. When he played, when he sent me Push That, and I genuinely had no idea, bro. Like, that was, that was such a funny thing. All right, anywho. We're going to move on. Next up, we got Arrow. Hold on. Arrow's actually asking what VSTs I recommend. If it comes to generators, Nexus and Serum are my favorite two, and Spire. If it comes to like processing plugins, Pro Q4, Sausage Fattener, Camel Crusher, trying to think, like, if I only had to give you a few. Noveltech Character I use in every single project. All the Ozone stuff is really good. What else? Honestly, nothing like so crazy. Like, I think the generic EDM plugins that everyone talks about is really good. I don't really have any like super secret plugins or anything like that. I'm testing a few right now, and if I wind up like really liking them, I'll let you guys know. But I think one thing that I can add is, dude, Sausage Fattener is incredible. I recently started using Sausage Fattener again. I know it's kind of like a meme. And funny enough, same thing with Soundgoodizer. Bro, Sausage Fattener and Soundgoodizer, the meme plugins are actually insane. They are actually so good, bro. So, I would say that. All right. Yo, Way Back Home by Arrow. Let's get it. Let's mute my mic.
Time stands still. I tried to cope with you away, lost in dreams. Will your memory will stay? Tell me, why did the tide wash away what we planned? All the tales we had. In the darkness, the wind scattered love from my hands. Promises once told. I wanted to give you all, but I never let you go. If I could carry all your problems, I would never lose my hope. When the light begins to fade,
Alrighty. That was Way Back Home by Arrow, who is in the chat. Arrow, this is dope, man. So I've got a few thoughts, a few immediate thoughts again. I like to just try to rapid fire while they're fresh in my head. Actually, let me try that. Let me try to rapid fire, and then we can go back and talk about each one. Number one, not a big fan of the vocal. I gotta be honest. I don't know if that's an original vocal or if this is a remix. I would just... That's the first thing I would think about changing is the vocal. The drop leads are actually pretty sick. I think that you can process them a little bit differently so that they're a bit cleaner and clearer. The melody is really strong, except for like certain parts. I feel like you're kind of going a little bit off course, but I feel like there are so many good motifs in this melody that you can just simplify a little bit and the melody becomes like 5x stronger. And I think the break also, same kind of situation as the drop leads. I feel like you have a lot of nice elements, but I feel like you're going way too heavy on the reverb. And it's kind of giving everything this like washed out feeling. And it's not, I don't know how to say it. It's not like a desirable effect, because if everything is super pushed back, it kind of just gives you like a weird quality. Like it almost cheapens the sound, actually. That's a good way of putting it. Like you have the strings and the guitar and some of these other sounds. And when you put like so much reverb, it literally cheapens it and makes it sound suboptimal. So those are kind of like my main talking points. Let's start with the break though. So, you know, coming into this track.
Time stands still. I tried to cope with you away.
Like, so it sounds like to me you've got like a pad and string combination. Dude, to be honest, if you just went for very simple strings and kept them relatively dry and you voiced them where they actually have like a bass note as well, that would sound great, you know? What happens is like, and also I need to, this is so unrelated, but this is kind of driving me crazy. 1 second. I'm so sorry. This is like, this is my OCD. Hold on. I don't know. My FL Studio got reset when I was setting up my stream, and this looks so weird. Where's my button width? There we go. I'm sorry. All right, to circle back to the actual task at hand, the strings. So the strings, try to prevent them from being so thin.
Time stands still. I tried to cope with.
And this combination of having like the strings be so high mid, right, and not have a lot of warmth, and then you also have like a filtered, vibey, like trippy pad. I don't think that's a good combo. I think that you should either go one way or the other. That's totally up to you. I think both could work. If you go like the vibey, cold, underwater style pad, I would just do that, maybe a respace, and let the vocal shine. If you went the strings option, which I think probably fits this idea better, to be honest. This idea is a bit more like melodic, a little bit more classic, emotional, progressive house. So I would go strings, and again, make sure your strings have nice warmth and make that the primary focus. You don't really need to layer much there. Moving on, let's talk about the vocal. So let me see if you mentioned what the vocal... No, you didn't mention anything about the vocal. Yeah, so dude, the vocal, I just don't think it's that good. And honestly, what we spoke about too, which I'll say to everyone because I think it's really important, when you're starting off, if you really are serious about making headway and developing your artist brand and getting your name out there, dude, I would make remixes. I still make remixes to this day. Everybody makes remixes. And it's so powerful because, number one, you're using a product that you know is good, right? Assuming you're remixing a good song that you like, that is, you know, popular. It's already a good song. You can take that vocal, put your own twist on it. And then when people find it and discover it, they can say, oh, like, this is a progressive house remix of, like, X song, for example. And... they're more inclined to take a listen, they're more inclined to like it because it's a song that they're already familiar with. And further, like, we're all making EDM here, DJ culture is a huge part of that. I'm so much more likely, and many DJs are so much more likely to play, let's say, a song like this if it's a remix of something popular. Like, I'm gonna be honest, even if this song was produced 110% perfectly, Like, I wouldn't play this live because the vocal. And then, like, okay, he'll make an instrumental version, and I could put, like, my own acapella on it, and then make a mashup, whatever, fine. But imagine if just right from the get-go, you have, you make a remix, of a popular song. It becomes a really good DJ tool. It allows you to have a huge high-quality element in your song in the original vocal that you're remixing. And, for social media, for DJ plays, like, I just feel like the possibilities of positive exposure go way up. So, listen, honestly, I think you're fumbling the bag if you're not making remixes and you're really trying to get your name out there and you're really trying to develop as an artist. So my best piece of advice for this one, dude, make it a remix of a great song. I don't know what key this is in. Let me see if I could probably just mix in key it real quick. Let me see. Or you could tell me. Let me see if I could figure this out quick. I got mixed in key live. Looks like A sharp minor. So, dude, so many songs in that key that are really good. Or this is a really flexible key because you can pitch this up one semitone to B minor or one semitone down to A minor. And both of those keys are super popular as well. So you'll have no problem finding a good song to remix. So definitely recommend that. Definitely recommend that. Oh, it's a Looper Man vocal. Gotcha. All right, let's move on. So let's focus now on the production. I already spoke about the vocal. So coming into this section, I think this is pretty instructive.
Tell me, why did the tide wash away what we planned? All the tales we had.
I like the guitar a lot. Overall, I would say you did a good job of building the kind of progressive house soundscape. The only thing I'll say is the bass is a little too thick and heavy for this section. If you're gonna use a pure sub like this, or it's a sub with some harmonics, I would just make it a bit quieter. It could be like a mastering thing too, but I would most likely just turn down that bass a little bit, or replace it with a more analog style bass or a respace or something like that. I think that might sound a little bit smoother for the break. But using a sub like this, it's serviceable for sure. Just turn it down a little bit, I would say. And same situation as I mentioned earlier, just make sure you're being careful with the amount of reverb you're putting on everything. If everything is washed out, it's going to sound like a mess. You need contrast. So imagine like you have like a filing cabinet or something, and you have like the different kind of papers and stuff. That's kind of how you want your song to sound. You want it to sound like there's good separation and there's like an order to everything. But if you just put reverb on everything, imagine that same filing cabinet. It's just going to be like papers everywhere. It's going to be hard to have that separation. So just be careful. Listen to your favorite songs that you feel are euphoric, and a lot of times they're actually using a lot less reverb than you think. And one thing that I can add just on that with the reverb, a lot of times excess reverb tails kind of get a little crazy. So one thing that I noticed, and the best example I can think of, is Bigfoot by W&W, another throwback. But if you listen to that drop lead, it sounds so massive. But if you listen carefully, the reverb tail is super short. And that's how they're able to keep like the drop lead mega clean, but still get that feeling of space. So I'm not saying to only use short reverb tails, but just keep that in mind when you're dialing in your reverb, that sometimes less is more.
But I never let you go.
I thought the drums here were really good. No real notes on that. I love the festival clap with the filtered kick combo. That sounds really good.
I would never lose my hope. I would never lose my hope. When the light begins to fade.
That's one huge thing that I can say about this idea. Dude, for the build-up, I definitely would have a filtered snare starting a little bit softer. I feel like the type of build-up that you made is really good for like aggressive or really high energy tracks, but you have to try to keep in mind the overall theme that you're conveying to the listener. This is definitely like a summertime happy kind of track, so you don't want to go like aggressive big room build-up, you know what I mean? So think about a build-up like Freedom by Kays. I think that's a really good build-up for these style tracks. I would take a listen to that, and you can hear that It's a filtered snare. Everything kind of drops out, and it's a bit smoother, and it fits this kind of style a lot better. So I would consider referencing that build up there. Okay, so for the drop, like I said earlier, the big thing for me is the post-processing on the leads. Same sentiment as before. I just feel like you're using a little bit too much reverb. Because to me, the lead sound itself is actually really dope. It's just so washed out. So what you want to try to do is maybe you can have, let's say, if you have 4 layers in your lead stack, maybe make 2 of them really wet and washed out and make the other 2 really dry. And then you get contrast. And then you're able to get that kind of, you know, paper in a file cabinet kind of feeling where there's some order and it's not just a hot mess everywhere. Another like really interesting thing that I think you can do is utilize reverb sends, and you can compress the reverb on the reverb send to your drop lead. So essentially what that'll do is every time your lead is playing, the reverb is going to duck, and anytime there's a moment like a break, the reverb will come back up. Now, to be fair, in this case, your melody's pretty fast. I don't know if there's any breaks. Yeah, there's probably not any breaks. I wouldn't even recommend that for this track, to be honest. But instead, you can use a send, and instead of doing that compressor thing that I mentioned, just having your reverb on a send gives you so much more flexibility. Man, like, I cannot recommend that enough, especially in your case. Like, obviously, I can hear that you love reverb, as do I, but reverb can be a slippery slope. So what I would recommend is if you put it on a send, you have, like, I don't know, 10 times, 100 times more flexibility, because you can EQ it. You can add sidechain to it, like a different sidechain setting. You could compress it if you wanted to. You can do so much. I personally love to add delay to my reverbs in a small amount. So you can do a lot there. And then the biggest thing, of course, is just having that access to a volume fader. It makes balancing it with the drop leads so much easier. So that's kind of the big thing that I think would make the biggest difference, biggest improvement in this drop, is actually just controlling the reverb on the drop leads. But let's talk about some of the good. I think the drums sound really nice. I love the kick and the clap combo. I think that's working well for you. One thing that I am noticing, and again, I wonder if this is a mastering thing. I feel like your kick and bass are kind of, they have this slammed feeling. It's not really relaxed. It's not smooth. The first thing to take a look at is your master. Let me see on my end. This is not going to pop up for you because Insight stinks. I don't know why, but Insight never shows on my stream, and I was trying to fix it. Whatever. Insight's just buggy, I guess. Anyway, I was checking, and the track's at negative 4.8 LUFS, which is loud, of course, but I would say for progressive, that's like around, for the louder progressive tracks, it's like serviceable, like that works. But listen, if you're gonna push your track that loud, like, you need to have a clean mix, and I'm thinking that your sub is probably not sidechained heavy enough. And there's some overlap there, and that's why you're getting that kind of like forced or pushed feeling in the low end. So that's the first thing that I would look at. Make sure that your kick and your sub are printed into audio, and like literally visually make sure that the waveforms are not overlapping at all. And then you could also probably get away with reducing the sub a little bit in this drop, because the sub is pretty loud, and then use something like 100 bass instead to inject warmth in your bass layers. I feel like that's all I'd really say. I'm thinking maybe like if you had room after you adjusted the reverb on the drop leads, you can get away with adding like some kind of cool atmosphere in the drop just to spice it up. But that's like an accessory that maybe you can explore. I wouldn't necessarily prioritize that. I would prioritize cleaning. And one thing I could say, dude, and listen, I still do this to this day. It's totally okay to be super heavy-handed with, you know, reverb, compression, all of that, And then just make one stage of the production the cleanup process, where you kind of just tailor back everything a little bit, you know? That's something that I like to do personally, because I like everything to be kind of just like slammed and loud and crazy right away. But oftentimes that means overdoing it. So you could just like, all right, let's use a little bit less reverb. Let's use a little bit less compression. Let's not hit our master as hard. And just make that process, make that thing a part of your process, where you have a session, let's say, where you're like, okay, I've got the energy here. Now let's see how I can clean it up. Yeah, Arrow. It could, if you have OTT on your master, can you say how much percent you're using? How much percent mix? Because honestly, OTT on the master is kind of crazy. 30%. Yeah, dude, 30% is a bit high. Honestly, like I would say, if you're gonna use OTT on your master, like I like to stick, funny enough, between like around 7-8%, and it really OTT on the master, just to give it like a little bit of sustain. Yeah, anything above that is kind of heavy. Cool. Oh yeah, dude. Chrome, hell yeah. Good stuff. Hopefully this feedback helps, man. I mean, like, I think you guys have something nice there. So definitely make those changes. Then Arrow, send me the new version. All right. Next up, we've got Devin's Only Girl Bootleg. Let's see. Also, yo, shout out to the 3 tracks so far. Last stream, I was yelling at everybody for their waveform, and everyone came correct this time. Everyone's waveform looks good. So I'm happy about that. All right, let me mute my mic so I can crank this. Devin, yo, V3 is sounding much better, dude. So big shout out to Devin, man. Still relatively new, but the improvements are insane, especially compared to the previous versions. So let's talk about what I think that you can immediately start doing better right away. I want to focus on this hook section first. I gotta lower my my setup a little bit. So the good news is he executed, I like to call them like heaven chords, like this really like angelic pad. I think that sounds really good here. It's tricky because sometimes you don't want it to, or actually all the time, you don't want it to conflict with the vocal. So it needs to have like just the right amount of brightness where it feels energetic, but not too much where it kind of conflicts with the vocal. So I actually feel like the pad is executed well here. My biggest gripe actually with this, and funny enough, the previous section, the bass line is moving way too fast. I don't want to play the original Only Girl because copyright, but I'm pretty sure the original Only Girl, the bass line is changing every 2 bars. And even if it's not, right? Even if it's not, that bass line is too fast. Normally you want your bass lines to be just a bit on the slower side because it's the stability, right? It's the anchor. So I would say, right, like for this one, that first note, just let it hang there. Keep letting it hang. And just go to that note. So really it boils down to whatever note you're starting here, stay on that until bar 27. And then on bar 27, stay on this note. Don't switch anything with the bass line. Same thing for 29. Like, don't make any changes to the bass line until bar 29. I think the bottom line is your notes are right. You're just going a little crazy about like a bar in or so. Just let it be 2 bars of sustained, of like the sustained bass line. Honestly, I'd probably do the same with the chords. Yeah, it feels a little too messy. It feels a little too like unstable. I would just say you'd be much better off long sustained chords. Funny enough, like, not to plug my own song, I always say not to plug my own song, but this is my channel. What are we doing? My song Rise Again with Hardwell. Listen to the break. Everything is just like 2-bar long, sustained, angelic chords and pads and basses. And that's when you can really let the vocal float. Like, especially in the mashup of the Bruno Mars Locked Out of Heaven one. Like, the vocal kind of sits perfectly on top and really floats because of that kind of bed that you create with the pads and with the basses and stuff like that. When it's too chaotic like this, it just doesn't feel right. So the sound selection is good. When it comes to the chords and the bass, I would just say adjust the MIDI is the first big thing. Now the other big thing, I'm hearing a snap, right? And then I think here, yeah, here in this section, you have like a filtered kind of break kick, which is fine. But my thing is, with how much work you did into making this thing sound like super big and festival oriented, in the synth department, when it comes to the drums feel like something you'd hear in a pop track or something, and like an Ariana Grande or like, I don't know who, like a Tate McRae track or something. It very like simple, dry, crisp drums, and they're good, but they just don't fit the theme of the song. So, for example, a very easy fix would be to use a festival clap instead of a snap. That immediately matches the profile of your idea infinitely better. Now, the drum I can kind of give you a pass on because you can still use a filtered kick in these types of ideas. But I would say this filtered kick does need to change and does need to be different. Instead, you should use something that's a little bit more... Let me see if I can pull up an example quick. You'd want to use something that's less boxy. That's kind of my bottom line. This kick is very hip-hop oriented, and I'm pretty sure I've said before that hip-hop kicks, they do make for good break filtered kicks, and that's true, but not all hip-hop kicks. Some hip-hop kicks are a little bit too dirty and actually don't work that well. So instead you want, like, let's see, like something like this. Or even, hold on. This one would be great here. It's thumpy, right? It's not so boxy. Like, let me see if I can find a boxy one for you. I wouldn't be able to find it here. And don't get me wrong, dude. Like, these boxy kicks are dope, but only in, like, certain scenarios. And definitely not for a scenario like this. Like this, right? Like, this has some, like, cool texture on the top. Try to ignore that. But this kind of kick is too aggressive for not even too aggressive. That's not the right word. It just simply doesn't fit this kind of music. So I would say swapping the kick out for something a little bit more punchy, like the one I just showed you, would infinitely help, as well as switching to a festival clap. Okay, now moving on. Let's go back to the break for a second. So I'm going to actually say something very similar to what I said at the hook. I feel like the bass line and chords are doing a little bit too much. They just don't sound stable. It sounds a little too random. So I think, again, adjusting the MIDI in a way where you just keep it really, really simple is better. Especially because you are remixing one of the most iconic tracks from the early 2000s. Dude, just let the vocal do the work. And the good news is, too, you do have like some cool atmos here. Yeah, you've got that like vocal drone thing going on in the background. So it's like you have all this cool stuff. Let that shine and then make your chord progressions and bass line far, far simpler. So in this case, let me see. It's like all those extra notes, like the dun, dun, dun. Like, don't even do that. Just keep like 2 notes. Especially for this break, I think you could literally do whatever that first note is, and then you switch. Like, just keep it sustaining on this note. Get rid of that, and then whatever goes to here. Yeah, you can keep that. And then you go back to that first note, and you go back to that second note. Keep it super, super simple. Okay. Now I wanna kind of shift gears. We'll talk about the drop, but let me check the chat real quick. Let's see. Halo, not really doing any particular order. We're starting with Radiant. I'm going in the order for the Patreon submissions, but this is the last Radiant, and then we're gonna go to some Diamond and some other members shortly. I'm also going to be checking some free members too at some point. Yeah, Devin, the idea of accentuating her vocals with the break chords, it's not even that it's not, I mean, to answer your question, yes, I would say it's not executed that well, but I also just don't think it's a good idea. I think that it's just too complicated. I think for a vocal that well, you can just let it shine. If you insist on accentuating her vocal, a better option would be to have like a little bell or a cool lead or something. Do like a little synth run and follow her melody on a certain point. So for example, so let's say that doing what you like. You can have a synth go da na 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 na. And that would sound like you're accentuating her vocal instead of the whole chord situation. That's something that I really like doing as well. So I could definitely recommend that. But yo, switching gears to the drop, let's talk about the good, the bad, the ugly. All right, first of all, the leads are miles better than they previously were. Now, what I will say though, in regards to the leads, I would like them to be refined a bit more in the sense that I think for this direction, I want it to be a little bit more big roomy, and the way that you can do that is by taking that main kind of buzzy sound that you've got in there, keep that at the forefront, and then make sure that the other sounds are actually not getting in the way. So it's hard for me to say without looking at the individual layers, but think about, for example, my Wild Red remix or my Jungle remix. Like with those kinds of tracks, you're taking that like big roomy saw sound, making it the absolute forefront, and then you're using like some saws and some other support layers, but they're pretty in the background, and they're just literally to add a little bit of energy and raviness to the lead, not to change the sound at all. So essentially, like a way of thinking about it is like the layers in your song, your support layers. Imagine everything besides the main lead. The louder you push them up, the louder you raise those leads, the more they're going to change the overall lead stack sound. But instead, if you can keep them at a certain level, you can keep the integrity of that original main lead sound while adding that energy, if that makes sense. So that's kind of like the first thing that I would do, because I really like one of the layers in here. I'm assuming it's your main lead. Or I'm assuming you meant to make it your main lead. I really like that layer. I just want it to be a little bit more pronounced. And I think the way of getting there is just by lowering the other layers. So something I'm thinking about right now too, I think one thing you need to consider, given how aggressive this lead is, or the potential it has, I think your bass and chords need to reflect that. So I think Myself is a good example. If you listen to like In My Bones or Out of Time, those tracks have a really aggressive, almost bigger me kind of bass. And I feel like that works really well with the more aggressive lead stacks. And it kind of boils down to what I said earlier in the break when I was talking about your drums in that hook section. You want everything in your drop, or everything in your whole entire song, to have the same kind of like profile. So meaning, in the hook, for example, you had that angelic pad that feels very main stage, right? You have the big bass, it feels very main stage. You had that dry snap that felt a little bit more poppy, didn't feel like main stage energy. So same thing for the drop, right? Your leads are, let's say, main stage, kind of aggressive, but I feel like your chords and your bass they're main stage, but they're not as aggressive as the lead. And I feel like that's where you're kind of getting this like mishmash of styles. And not in a good way, like you're blending something in a cool way, but more so like it feels a little inaccurate. It feels like you need to just take those chords and basses, ramp them up so that you get more of like that big room energy. So very simply, dude, I think changing the sounds would be step one. And another really simple fix that you can do to make your basses and chords more aggressive is actually make them follow the melody. So have the chords and basses play that rhythm, dun 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 da 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 da. Like that is gonna make it sound more rhythmic and kind of ramp up that energy in the direction that I think it needs to go. For the drums, yeah, I think the clearest thing to me is the lack of fills. Fills in this style of music are so important because that's what makes it feel rhythmic and interesting. It's tough because oftentimes with this style of music, you're limited to like the 4-on-the-4 kick, the 4-on-the-4 clap, the 4-on-the-4 ride, and that's a little limiting, right? It can get boring very quick. So using fills to spruce it up is the best way to spice up your drum stack or your drum arrangement in these kinds of scenarios. So definitely considering adding clap fills, little short fills sprinkled in the drop, and even like some stabs and synth reverses as well, to spice up everything and prevent it from sounding so monotonous, especially in that like drum group. Yeah, super important. And some sounds that you can also consider, I said clap fills, short fills, even reverse cymbals are really nice. I love a reverse cymbal or a reverse clap as well. Little snare fills, like you can just have like 1 or 2 snare hits. It can barely even be a snare fill. Those really, really go a long way. And you know, for inspiration, I would listen to even some of the future bass guy, or not future bass, sorry, future bounce. So like old Mike Williams, old Mesto. Like I think those tracks have really fun and interesting fills that you can take some inspiration from. Brooks, another good one. But yeah, dude. Definitely really nice positive progress on this one, and I'm excited to hear how it keeps developing. I think that you're headed in the right direction, dude. Excited for that. Colton, hybrid prog, that's what I'm saying, baby. All right. Let's switch views a little bit. Not that. Hold up. That way. Yeah, there we go. All right. We're going to download some more tracks right now, and we're going to review some more. Okay, let's get that going. I'm also throwing some music while I do this, but I told you. Yeah, I'm in the process of getting my other tracks cleared for the stream. I told you I self-released, so I can play this one. It looks pretty loud. Hold on, let me turn it down some more. It looks good. Okay. Download some more tracks. All right, folks. Had to lock in there for a second. I just downloaded a bunch. Let's bring these in. So we got those 3, 4, and then let's grab, got these 2. Track by Martinez and a track by Absolute Zero. Okay, sick. Let's get after it. All right, we're going to start with this one by Mia. This actually, I reviewed already. Gave him a bunch of feedback, and then he sent me a new version with changes. So let's see how he did. Okay. The review is in, folks. Well, number one, massive upgrade. Dude, very, very nice job at implementing the feedback. I think overall this sounds way better. Excuse me. Okay. So actually for the breaks and builds, I have little to no feedback. We can get really nerdy with it. Which you did email me, which I will get you the written feedback where we'll go a little bit more in depth on the breaks, which is like some small nerdy stuff. For example, just because I don't want to leave anyone hanging. When it came to this section right here, love everything. I think that the kick and the orchestra drums need to have a slightly better relationship, and you can do that in a slew of different ways. I think I would probably get away with making the kick a little bit louder, and then using track spacer on the orchestra drums and side chaining the kick to track spacer, and only doing just a little bit, for example. And then the other big thing that I hear with the verse, for example, like little nerdy feedback, the strings could use a lot more air. I think that would really help make this break feel more energetic and a little bit more finalized and more finished. It still kind of sounds a little on the duller side, but the good news is all of your sounds are there. Like the things that I'm mentioning right now are all mixing things. The actual arrangement and the sound selection and all that, very, very, very nice. Okay, so the drop is kind of the main thing that I wanted to focus on, because I feel like it left a little to be desired for me. Like I was kind of expecting something a little bit bigger. So if we take a listen from, let's say, 4 bars before the drop one more time. So there are a few things here that I think could immediately make this drop better. Number one, your mid-range group. So when I say mid-range group, I'm particularly talking about your mid-bass and your chords. They feel a bit soft. It doesn't feel aggressive enough. Now, don't get me wrong. I know some people, they get scared because they're like, well, I'm trying to make like happy progressive house or smooth progressive house. You can push or you can actually use pretty aggressive sounds in these drops. So for example, if we listen to Together by Martin Garrix and Matisse and Sadko, it's one of the older prog collabs they did. You can hear a really nasally aggressive mid bass in that track, and it's like still a happy festival progressive house track. So you definitely need a little bit more grit in this track. What I personally would recommend is I would layer, because I very clearly hear like those keys or pads that you have in the drop for the chord section. I would also layer a saw chord in there. And I would go for something that sounds closer to an init saw and not like a super saw. Do not use a super saw. Use something like an init saw that has like a nice crispiness to it. Think like, what's an example? Kind of like I don't want to play anything. I'm going to get copyrighted. But if you listen to, it was an old Mike Williams remix. I think it's called Breaking Me, or Breaking. I think the original artist was A7S. But anyway, if you listen to that drop, you can hear that kind of like video gamey init chords kind of sound. That's what I'm recommending here. And that would instantly add a lot more power to that mid-range department. Now further, I also think that you should add a crispy bass, or rather a more nasally mid-range bass, as like on top of the one that you already have. And on this mid-range bass, because of how everything in your drop is already crafted, just make it so that you only have, let's say, everything above 500 hertz. Like you can literally cut everything else, because you already have nice warmth and everything here. You just need that like gritty nasaliness, the crunchiness, and that's going to add so much energy to the drop. Now, the other big thing that I would immediately address is the leads. The leads are solid. if you're in the chat, which I don't think you are, it sounds like, to me, the best way to put it, it sounds like you're using vintage verb on your leads. Meaning the reverb on the leads is too dark, and it gives you this strange kind of feeling. There's really no better way to describe it than that. When you use a dark reverb on a synth that's supposed to be like big and open, you kind of get this weird effect. And I think that's what's happening here. It kind of makes the energy like significantly lower than what it actually should be. So very simply, I would swap out whatever reverb it is that you're using on these drop leads for one that's brighter. A little bit ago, I talked about using sends. I think especially for progressive house, it's so important because for progressive house, you really want to hear that reverb very clearly. And that's kind of the trick. Create a new reverb send and literally call it clear reverb. And your goal is going to be to use a great reverb sound and EQ it and craft it in a way where it's not muddy, it's not, it doesn't have any sizzle either, but it's still very clear. So for example, let's see if I can show you. And I just realized that whole time it was on me. That's crazy. I forgot to switch back to the studio view. Oops, that's my bad. We were supposed to be in the studio view, dude. That is my bad. There we go. My apologies. Okay, so what that might look like for you, let's see if it works. 1 second. No. I gotta figure out why ProQ does not work on stream. I tweaked a bunch of settings before I hopped on here, and it still is not working. Maybe... There we go. Okay, I can at least show you with parametric EQ. All right, so what I'm recommending for your reverb send to get that clarity, that clear reverb that you really need here, I think, it'll look something like this. So you have your lows cut, you'll have your highs cut. This is really important because you do not want the sizzle coming through on reverb. That's going to sound really bad, and it's going to just muddy up everything. So say like around like 5-6K, whatever sounds natural. And generally speaking, the shape is going to look something like this. There's going to be an emphasis in the high mids and the presence so that it's very clear, no sizzle, no low end, and making sure that the low mids aren't too pronounced. That's especially true on dark reverb. So imagine like vintage verb, right, that I mentioned before. This is, roughly speaking, the kind of shape that you want on your reverb so that it is clear, it is intelligible, and it's not getting in the way of everything. And if you can manage to do that and you put that on a send, then the beautiful thing is on that send, you'll be able to control the volume perfectly, nice and easy, and you can find a nice balance where the leads are dry and they're in your face, but you also have the reverb send kind of hugging them and giving that progressive house feeling. Like, that's the perfect scenario. I shared something similar with Arrow's track. If you're using too much reverb, you kind of get this like messy, blurred effect. And again, if you listen to like all of the greats, right, and especially in progressive house, like I would say Matisse and Sako are probably the best at this. Some of their tracks, you can very clearly hear that their main lead is like kind of dry, but all of their supporting sounds are really wet. So you get this contrast of having like a clean, in-your-face high end, and then the really washed out sound behind it. So in my opinion, the easiest way to do that and the most flexible way to do that is with sends. And another thing that you can try doing also, if you don't want to try the sends, only try to put that really wet reverb on some layers and keep other layers dry. That's a little bit more challenging to do because you can kind of get this weird like separated feeling, not in a good way separation, like a bad way separated. It doesn't sound very cohesive, but it is manageable. Either way, that's something that I think would help you out tremendously here. I definitely want to hear a more synthy texture, if that makes sense, in the high end out of your drop lead. Because right now it kind of just sounds like a blurred mush. There's not really a clear definition. And that would help you out a lot. So I think those 3 changes would instantly upgrade this drop a lot. The melody is great. I don't really... Oops, I have that EQ on. It sounds kind of cool, I feel. It's a very good progressive house melody. Like, I have no real notes on there. It's just more the production, right? Like, and we already spoke about this track before, so that is what I would approve upon next. But listen, man, definitely a lot of positive steps in the right direction. Good stuff. Chad, how we doing? Yo, I don't know how to say your name. I think it's Joaquin EA. Joaquin EA. You want to send a demo, where and how? I put out forums on my social media, YouTube community, Instagram stories, my Patreon, and those forms you fill out with all your information, and it keeps it nice and organized for me. I can't really take submissions on the fly. It will not work that well. All right. Yo, no sizzle, all drizzle, neon. That's can I heart that? How do I want to interact? I'm just gonna pin it. How about that? Neon's getting pinned. No sizzle, all drizzle, he said. I like that. All right, next we got a caramel remix. This is by, I believe it's Harry. Let me just double check before I play it. Let me double check. Dun, 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 dun. Dude, it's a great melody, Mia. It's a great melody. It is Harry. Okay. Caramel remix. Let's go. Mute my mic. Yo, this has so much potential, actually. This is disgusting. Now, listen, the production needs a lot of work, but this idea is crazy. Hold on, run. Yo, Harry, I fuck with this, dude. This has so much potential. All right, let's cut through the noise. Let's get right into how you can improve upon this, because the production does need work. The most immediate thing is there's no sidechain, or there's like very little sidechain. I feel like nothing's grooving. Everything's kind of like on each other's toes. The drum, the kick, let me listen one more time. It's honestly hard to hear if it's even a good kick because lack of sidechain. But I think the kick is good. Because what you want to do actually in these styles is you want to have a relatively short kick so that your sub isn't sidechained as heavily, so that your sub is like more of the low end factor. Instead of the 50-50 relationship you're gonna find more in like a progressive house track, for example. In bass house, you can make it like 30% kick, 70% sub, which often sounds really freaking sick. But you do need sidechain. 100% need sidechain. And same deal, when that kick is hitting, everything needs to dip out of the sub department, like everything. So don't use like 50% mix, like none of that. Like 100% mix. If you're using something like Kickstart or Shaper Box. Yeah. Keep that sub clean. But the crispy bass is also nasty. I think everything just needs sidechain. I love that main synth. So what I would say on that main synth, right? I don't know how else to describe it besides main synth. It's not the bass. It's that little lead. I would fuck it up more with something like thermal or some kind of distortion. It needs to be a little less preset-y, if that makes sense. I want it to have a little bit more character and sound a little bit more experimental. So that's why my mind instantly went to thermal, because I think thermal is really easy to get those kind of results. But whatever your favorite distortion is, like experiment with a mixture of like distortion, maybe like a flanger or a chorus, like something to like weirden up the sound. Even RC20 would probably have some cool stuff to make it, again, a little less synthy. I can't even think of an example, man. It's like I hear it in my head, but it's hard to convey it. It just needs to be cooler. But the main core of the sound is there as far as that lead goes. The other thing is the crispy bass. There are moments where I feel like it's ending too quickly, the bass. Like right there, I feel like it should be like dun 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 dun. It feels like right here it's ending a little too short. So make sure your sub and your crispy bass are the exact same length, and then after you've ensured they're the same length, make sure that they're long enough. Like don't stop them a little too early. Feels like they stop a little early here and here. Okay. Now, another thing that will completely transform this drop, better drums. Your kick is already solid. We talked about your kick. Fine. You need a way better clap. And instead of using that kind of like shakery top loop, just use a very simple open hat. Like definitely listen to like Knock 2, for example. If you listen to his drums, at least in the first half of the drop, they're usually super simple. It's usually just kick, clap, open hat. But they're executed to perfection. So make sure that... Yeah, the clap, it feels like a dark filtered clap. Instead, it should be like really bright and in your face, because this is the drop, right? And you have this really crazy synth already. So the clap should be really nice, crispy, smacking in your face. The hi-hat, or lack thereof, you've got like, I hear that little loop. But I just don't think a shaker loop fits this, simply. I think instead... that would work better for the second half of the drop as like an accessory top loop. But I think if you just had the offbeat hat, I think that'd be way better. If you wanted to almost take like a techno approach where you wait 4 bars before you introduce the hat, that's fine. Even if you do that though, I think it can be a better hat than this one. This one feels a little too pokey, and it's a little short. It's like, for example, let me show you what I'm talking about. Because like hats can be tricky, because if your hat, sorry, hold on, let me just pull up an example first. Okay, so I almost want your hat to be more like this. If I normalize this, I want it to be more like this and less like this. And to be honest, your hat kind of, to me, it sounds more like this. How do I do this? Hold on. I got to do some Frankensteining real quick. I'm trying to point out that your hat feels very transient forward. And it feels like the body of the hat is super quiet in comparison. I don't know. This is my half-ass rendition. It sounds like this to me. I want it to just be a little bit more even, where the transient and the tail are a bit closer together. Now, do not try to compress your hat. That's not the move. I think just find a better hat. And definitely like listen to Knock 2 and listen to how incredibly loud the hi-hat is in Knock 2's music. But it's so important. Like, it plays one of the most important roles in the drop. So definitely take a listen there. But dude, yeah, especially on these little fills too, the dun dun dun. If you could do some really cool modulation, I think like a formant shifting situation, like that would be insane. Also, hold on, one more thing. Hold on, I have to mute my mic. I have to blast it. Okay, another huge thing. Do not, I repeat, do not, under any circumstance, put a drone that you would make in Progressive House in a dark drop like this. It almost always never works. If you're going to use an energy drone, which really I don't think you should unless it's a very specific kind of drop. But for a drop like this, you need less stuff going on, right? That's what kind of gives it the feeling of like a bass house or an aggressive club drop. If you start filling it out too much, you're going to lose that integrity. But it sounds like, in a way, hold on, stick with me for a moment. It sounds like a drone kind of like this in your drop. Meaning, it's a drone that you would put in like the verse of a song or something for spaciousness. You don't really want to put those in aggressive drops like this. They just simply don't work. It just simply does not work. And instead, it actually does more harm than good. It starts to make your drop feel, I would say, less energetic. It makes it sound strange. I don't know how else to put it, guys. It makes it sound a little strange. So actually removing that will also help it make it feel a bit more bass housey, a bit more club focused, which I think is going to help you out tremendously. But dude, you've got something here. And especially with how poppin' Caramel is right now, a lot of potential. Like I could totally see like DJs playing an idea like this, right? Like a bass house, more aggressive version of Caramel. I would play it. I played the OG version live, and I thought it went off. But playing a version like this would be incredible, so long as it's executed correctly. But Brother Harry, you got something there, man. Good stuff. All right, next up, we've got Neon, who's in the chat and also got pinned. Neon's got a bunch of cool quips. Today, he came up with no sizzle, all drizzle. Last time, he came up with super salt lasagna. I'm gonna hire this guy, and he's gonna come with my analogies now. Okay. I didn't have any house music since we hear something different. All right, cool. Let's check it, dude. I'm curious.
Set the sky ablaze through the empire of sound.
Yo, I dig this, dude. This is super unique. Hold on. Yo, Neon, you've cooked, bro. This is crazy. Neon. I think I like the second drop better.
The flames obey their master.
Dude, I love this. This is probably the freshest thing I've heard in a minute. It feels super unique. It's almost like, it reminds me of like old Dylan Francis, like the Moonbathon era. This is dope. Okay, so I have like one major thing, honestly, that I want to hear. I want to hear a fatter low end, personally. I feel like you're missing some harmonics in the main bass. No, listen, let me preface with this. Time out. This is obviously fire, right? I'm talking about things that I would like to hear personally as a fellow nerdy producer that I think would improve upon this idea. I would love to hear the bass in this drop, the sub, have a bit more growl and a bit more like oomph behind it. It feels very like one note as far as not actually the MIDI, but I'm saying the sub. It feels like just a very clean sub, which, to be fair, it sounds powerful like on my sub, but like the actual bass portion sounds like it's missing some frequencies. So one frame that I like to use is I like to think everything below 80 hertz is sub, everything from 80 hertz to 250 hertz is bass, right? I didn't make that up, by the way. I just stole that from Parametric EQ. So everything, FL Studio says everything below 80 hertz is sub, everything from 80 to 250 is bass. Now, that's not gospel, but all that does for my brain is it just tells me, it allows me to figure out like what sound should go where when layering. So specifically, the sub that you have right now can stay, but you need a bass in there. You need a sound that's playing from 80 to 250 hertz that gives it that like cojones feeling. You want it to have some fucking weight, bro. Like, hold on. Okay, also, definitely a major fan of the second drop. I might be in the camp of saying, dude, just have both drops the same and make the both drops the second drop, because it sounds crazy. Think about this. You want it to be almost big roomy. Not quite, because that obviously would sound a bit strange. But you know how big room kicks have a lot of overdriven low mids where you get that boom boom feeling? Look, hold on. I might actually have the Thunder kick, because when I was a kid, I was obsessed with that track. And I sampled it, but I don't know if I'll have it still, because that was a very long time ago. I don't think I do. Alright, we can use a different kick. Dude. This kick. Right? You hear how there's like a boom. You kind of need something in that universe layered in this drop, and then you're off to the races. Because what you have to keep in mind with at least this style of music, the kick and bass relationship is going to be different, right? So the kick and bass, it's going to be more like the kick is just the initial punch, and then all of the feeling is coming from the sub. And because your kick is more just like a transient, and there's not actual weight there, basically you need to pay more attention to your sub. And essentially that just means layering that extra bass that I'm talking about. But I mean, dude, like, no joke, probably one of the freshest tracks I've heard. And to kind of gas you up some more, I thought your drum execution was phenomenal. Your snare is amazing. I really like your kick. Yeah, my only kind of complaint or critique is just with the low end, the sub being a little too clean and me wanting a little bit more grit, a little more oomph. That's right, but Neon. Favorite track of the stream so far. Definitely. I mean, this is insane. I'm trying to think if I have anything else to say. Anything else to get? Oh, one thing I do actually. Two things actually. Two things, sorry. I was so obsessed with the drop, I got distracted with the breaks. Okay, I'll keep this brief. On the first break here, that main little guitar / sitar riff, it sounds severely underprocessed. It still sounds almost like a raw recording. You need to compress the hell out of it, add some like saturation. Think like just EDM plugins, right? Like OTT, Noveltech Character, Ozone Exciter, EB Thermal. Like you don't want to add distortion, but you essentially want to brighten up this sound so that it has that like EDM modern flair, because it feels a little under processed. It feels a bit raw still. So I would just process that guitar a little bit heavier. And then the other thing, coming into this section, I believe, I thought this section sounded a little random. I gotta be honest, because the whole entire the whole entire track is kind of mean and like stang face oriented, and this feels like I'm frolicking through lilies or something. Yeah, it's like so happy, and it kind of comes out of left field. So I would say scrap it, to be honest. I would just get rid of it. And what I would 100% do, 100%, without a doubt, make one of the style breaks where the second break is just one long buildup into the second drop. So two examples I can think of in my head are the Hardwell and Afrojack track with Julian Cross called Kutmug. It just came out. The second break is just one long buildup. And an even better example, because it's mid-tempo, is Dylan Francis and DJ Snake Get Low. I'm pretty sure one of the breaks, if it's not the second, then it's the first break. One of them is just a super long buildup. That's what you should do instead of this kind of like frolicking through lilies section. I'm gonna call it that. Okay, but other than that, dude, favorite track of the stream so far. I think that sounds insane. Okay, next up we've got Musco, Energized. Let's take a listen. Musco, Energize. Yo, this is dope. This is dope. I will say that the leads are actually my favorite part about this track. I think the leads are very good. They're very, very good. I actually think that everything else, the surrounding cast, is what's holding this track back a little bit. And it's first apparent in the hands up moment here. I think that the chords and bass are not really harmonizing well with the lead melody at all. Like, it's not the worst thing in the world, but it can 100% be way stronger just by using a different chord progression. So I'll share one of my favorite tricks. It's super simple. Let me show you this real quick. So imagine if this is my lead melody, right? Like hot cross buns, right? Da 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 da, whatever. Let me go a little up here and then back down. Okay, whatever. Right, this is my melody. When you're making your chords or your bass line, or whatever comes first, you want to make for the second one, in this case, I should say, you have a great lead melody. and I'm asking you to adjust your chords. So for your chords, you should look at your main melody, right? Let's pretend this is the one that I just made. And make sure that every time your chord hits, you're picking a chord that contains one of the notes from your melody. So for example, if we're making a simple chord progression, you know, whatever, something like this. Yeah, let's say something like that, right? This is kind of what it sounds like to me. It's like you're not really harmonizing well with the notes that are above. So in this hypothetical example, like one simple trick would actually be like, okay, there's a C right here. So let me hit them with a C minor. And then there's an A sharp here. Okay, let's go down to A sharp major here. Oh, there's an A here. Okay, let's go to F major. Right? And that's just like a very simple vanilla way to make sure that the chords and melody are actually working together. Now, this is by no means a hard rule. Like, you don't have to do this, but it's at least a good way to get to a good starting point. And then from here, you could spice it up, right? If you want to throw a seventh in there, a ninth, a sustained chord, like, you can have fun and spruce it up. But at least to get to a solid foundation, this is like such an easy and good trick. I can't recommend it enough. So that's what I would do first and foremost, like revisit your chords and bass line and make some adjustments there. Now, as far as the production goes, well, I kind of alluded to it already in right after this thing finished playing. The leads are really, really good. Let's listen one more time. Dude, I really like your leads. I think they have that prog feeling, but they don't feel overly generic. Like, they have a unique kind of character to them. I really like the leads. But the supporting cast is kind of dragging them down. You need to make sure, and anyone that spoke to me about nerdy production stuff knows this, because I chant this from the freaking mountaintops. Every single thing in your track needs to be a 10 out of 10. That is the way you make professional music, guys. So I like to give myself like a fake rating system. And I'll say, okay, is my lead group a 10 out of 10? Is my chord group a 10 out of 10? Is my drum group a 10 out of 10? And you can even go in more individual. You can say, is my kick a 10 out of 10? Right? And so on and so forth. And by doing this exercise and being honest with yourself, you kind of give yourself a roadmap or a sense of direction to what you actually need to go and improve upon. So when I listen to this idea, I would say, your leads aren't quite a 10 out of 10, but they're the best thing, right? If we look at everything else, though, if we look at the bass group or the chord group, like, they're kind of lagging behind. You at least want to make sure everything is on the same page. So let's just arbitrarily, this is not my true rating, arbitrarily, let's give these leads an 8.5 out of 10, right? 8.5 out of 10, and I think arbitrarily, your chords and your bass are like a 5 or a 6 out of 10. Now, all that means is you need to make sure that your chords and bass are up to speed, and at least an 8.5 out of 10, so your lead, so that everything feels a bit more uniform, if that makes sense. Now, when it comes down to, okay, like, sounds good in practice, how do you go about doing it? It comes with experience, but I'll tell you right now, like, for example, with your chord group. I feel like your chord group, I can hear the melodics, like I can hear the harmonic content, but it doesn't sound special. It doesn't sound like, oh, that's a really interesting and fresh sound. And that's actually what I recommend, like, when I'm talking about this arbitrary scale, right? Like, we'll call it Ryos' fake rating system. I don't know. That's a horrible name. Actually, I'm going to hire Neon. Neon, I need a cool name for my system, dude. You've been on fire. I'm requesting Neon right now. Neon's going to come up with a nice name for my rating system, but to go back to what I was saying on a serious note, when it comes to your chords, for example, if you're like, I don't know what to do, dude, just make sure it sounds cool. Like, my first test is listening to the group in solo and being like, am I entertained? Like, does this sound good? And that should always be your first step, but be honest with yourself, because oftentimes you'll be like, oh, my chords aren't that important, and like the chords are just there, and then my leads are on top, and the leads are the star of the show. But it's like, no, especially in prog, if your chords stink, if your bass stinks, or if they're subpar, it's gonna drag your leads down. And honestly, it's true for every genre, but especially in prog, I think it's super apparent, and I think it's easy in prog to hide stuff. You know, you're like, I have 19 layers in my drop. No one's going to hear this chord, but it's like, it makes a difference, dude. I'm telling you, take it from me. It makes a difference. So the first step is like, does this sound cool? And then from there, you can get a little bit more technical, like, okay, is it operating in the correct range? So on and so forth. But I think, not to overwhelm you, but just to take that one piece of advice right now is like, assess them honestly. Be honest, do you like the sound? If not, work on finding a cooler sound. Very simple. That in itself will already give you a lot of improvement. Just paying attention more to some of the background elements, because I do think that oftentimes we just forget about them or sweep them under the rug. But that's going to make a really big difference in this job. To be more specific, if I got my hands on this, I would actually give you similar advice to what I gave Mia a few moments ago. I think you need more aggressive chords in the mid-range. Or actually, I can give you a slight curveball. If you don't want to go for the init saw chord combination, you can go for a bright dance piano. That also sounds really good. That's also a winning combination for progressive house. There's a nice, bright, rhythmic dance piano in the drop. Garrix does it. Decent Sadko do it. It's a really, really good way to get richness and power in your kind of mid-range group in the drop, the background synths, if you will. For the bass too, I think definitely, in my opinion, you can 100% use some kind of mid-range nasally bass. I think given that this drop is a dotted rhythm, personally, I like when rhythms kind of counteract each other. So I would recommend your classic 16th note rolling bass line, da-da-da, 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 right? I can actually hear it in my head super clear. I wonder if you have it in the mix and it's just buried. But I can kind of hear it, and that's why I'm saying it. I can hear it in my head. I can't even tell. Either way. If it's there, if it's not there, I want it louder. I want it present. I want it present, man. And yo, guys, let's take a small little detour for a moment. Let's do a little producing real quick. I'll show you guys how easy it is to make these sounds. It's so easy. The trick is in the filter. So just grab your standard kind of saw bass, right? Your favorite progressive house bass. Right, like this is the most basic progressive house bass of all time. And it's all about a combination of distortion and the filter, like I mentioned. So there's a really cool filter from Kilohertz called Formant Filter. Back in the day, there was a plugin called Wow Filter, which I no longer have. I lost it in all of my shifting different systems and whatever. But Wow Filter also is extremely effective. It does the same kind of thing. It's a Formant filter. You can already hear. Da 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 da. And then imagine, right? You take an EQ. In this case, we don't need any lows because this is just kind of like a mid-range texture. Only cut this much if you've got a nice warm bass and a sub already. Only cut if those are the circumstances. Now what we'll do is we're going to make it really mid-range focus, around 1,000. This is where you get that nasally, right, kind of effect. Make it a little bit brighter, why not? And then from here, have fun. I love thermal. It's my favorite distortion. Let's see. Okay, I don't like that delay. Let's turn off that delay for a moment. If I could find it, there we go. Okay, now imagine if our bass line was like C. Okay, let's do that. That's our bass line. For the rhythm, you can use Transcape by kilohertz. I personally just use Shaper Box. It's the easiest. 16th note. Heavy sidechain. There's some pitch modulating happening on the thermal. I don't like that either. Maybe it's the... no, it's not the phaser. It was this macro. But this is it. And like that's how you get this kind of like vocally talking bass line. And the beautiful thing is this process is super repeatable, but if you just switch the sound, maybe try a different distortion unit, maybe try a different plugin altogether, switch the source sound, like you can get so many different results, but the principles kind of stay the same. But yeah, talking progressive house bass, the rolling bass, is super, super great combination and it adds so much energy. So that small detour is all to say, Brother Moscow needs that in his track, and I think a lot of you guys can make use of this trick. And keep in mind, dude, by the way, you don't always have to put a Foreman filter, right? If you don't want it to sound like it's talking, even if it's just this, that's also great, right? You could switch the preset. Maybe not that. I'm looking for something a bit more aggressive here. Yeah, like this. Go down an octave. This is what I'm talking about when I say it should be a more high-mid focused bass. Like, of course, there's still frequencies across the board, barring the lows, but the emphasis is on the high mids. It's not the opposite. So it's not going to muddy up with everything. It's going to actually play well, and it's going to add a lot of energy. So anyway, I'm going to get caught in producing. So let's move on. This is going to turn into a production stream. Moscow, good stuff, dude. Hope that feedback. Goodness gracious, I can't talk. Feedback. Hope that feedback is helpful. All right, next up, we've got Martinez. I'm also just going to delete this because I do not want my CPU to blow up. Okay. All right, Martinez. I really like a lot of these key components in here. I do. I think your strongest asset, actually, in this entire track, at least from what I've heard thus far, is the break. I think your break with this washed out vocal and this respace and that drone, you've cooked. This sounds really, really good. It feels like there's something special here. Like it kind of has like a Maddox vibe a little bit. You know why? I'm thinking of I'm thinking of the Kashmir Maddox collab. I forgot the name, but that track has kind of a similar vibe. But that's good, right? Like I'm comparing you to some of the best producers. The idea and the sounds, I think, are really good here. I think they can be executed better, which we'll get to in a second. But I want to focus first on the foundation, right? In general, for all of you guys, I definitely recommend when you're thinking about improving your ideas, always start from the ground up. So when it comes to making music, songwriting is the base, right? And then it's arranging, and then it's kind of the more nerdy production stuff as you go upwards. So with that being said, I'm focused on melodies and sounds right now, like the kind of basis. All sounds good. I like this a lot. I don't really like this. I think that I feel like if you're going to go for a fast-paced melody like this, the sound needs to be completely different. If you're going to go for this sound, which I like, right? Because this sound is kind of trendy right now, too. It's kind of like a... I don't know how to call it. It's almost like a... Shit. I don't know. Yo, describing sounds in music is so hard. I was going to say, it's kind of like almost like a vintagey rave saw. Not shotgun. What's that song by Armin right now? Machine Gun? That main sound. It's like a vintagey ravey saw. Sure. Anyway, I love that sound, and it's trendy right now, but I feel like your sound is not quite that. And further, if you're going to use that kind of sound, the melody needs to be less bouncy. It needs to be a little bit more straightforward, a little bit simpler. So let's explore both options real quick. So you got... Like, cool melody. I like the bounce, but the sound needs to complement that. The sound should be like a short, stabby pluck. Or think about the lead in the first drop or second drop. I don't know. There's like 10 drops in Drugs in Amsterdam by Mal P. The one that has the that little like sign bell lead. Like that would sound awesome here. And you know what? That would be your first drop. And then the second drop, when you introduce the big synth, try to use a big synth that has a really short, stabby kind of sound. Part of that is note length, mind you. So let's just say, for example, your melody, it's like something like this. Right? It feels like sometimes your notes are maybe a bit too long. But instead, your notes should be the length that I just made them at. It should be very short and stabby. And the sound should also be reflected in that. So, I'm thinking if it was me, I would probably pick a sound, more like... like this. So that's like really short and stabby, and I think that kind of sound with your melody would work way better. Now, let's explore the other option. Like, if you really like this style sound, I think it does need work. I think it does need to be reworked, and I think using that Armin van Buuren Machine Gun reference is chef's kiss. I think that's kind of the sound that you would go for, and I would probably use something like Diva or Serum for that. And the big thing is the melody needs to be way simpler if you were to go that route. So maybe even taking inspiration from earlier in the break. No, actually, you can even rework this melody to be simpler. Yeah, if you wanted to use this style sound, you can use the core of your melody, but just take out the bouncy notes and keep it more straight, and then switch that sound to something a little bit more like the Armin track. Or another example is like, I feel like Dom Dalla played something similar recently. I don't know. I can't think of the exact track. I try to give you guys references so you know what I'm talking about, because everyone's got different vocabulary when describing music. So I feel like it's easier to be like, go listen to this track. That's the sound I'm talking about. Another huge thing I can tell you. All right. Let's talk about kick drums. Kick drum masterclass. In big room, obviously. And all EDM kick drums are important, but big room especially, mega important. And there's a key flaw here in your kick drum, dude. So your transient, look how thin the transient is. You've got a cool tail, right? But this whole initial attack followed by the body, it's very, very small. For reference, if you were to look at like the disguise kick, right? Look at how fat the transient is in comparison. So your objective, at least for me, when I'm making my own big kicks, I love to judge by waveform. Like, I think it's such a helpful thing. And you can see, if you do the same exercise, you can see that, like, there's a clear flaw here. Now, it's also apparent, like, in the intro, like, immediately when I pulled this track in my DAW and I saw how sharp this transient is, I'm like, uh-oh. What I would probably recommend, like, first and foremost, is to use a clipper. Use a clipper and tame this transient. And actually, I could try to do it for you for a second just to make this crystal clear. Let's try to sample your kick here. Let's record this. My master's off. Yay. My master's still off? Oh, it's not in the mixer. Oops, that's on me. Okay. So this is your kick, right? What I'm saying as a starting point, let me also do this quick. Okay. So as a starting point, what I'm recommending is to use, you know, your favorite clipper. Like, we can use standard clip, let's say, because I think standard clip is really good. And immediately just squish transient. Hold on. Sorry, let me make sure this is all working correctly. Okay, yeah, it is. So, dude, just smushing your transient like this, and especially on a big kick, works tremendous. Look, listen to the difference. Pokey, no power. Much crunchier. We're getting some nice power here. I also like Soft Clip Pro. And let's see if we can see the difference being reflected. Absolutely. Look at this transient now. Let's make it bigger. Much, much better than this. Ready? Watch. Without the clipper. Let me go back here. Right, you see the difference? I also apologize, guys, by the way. A big reason I can't really produce is the mic feedback. I see it going crazy. I hope it's not horrible on your guys' end. I'm trying to produce at a low volume, but if you are getting some feedback in the mic, I do apologize. But the whole point is, taming that transient would be step one. Also, keep in mind, I'm using the high-pass version of the kick. So if we did that same exercise with the one that actually has bass, it would be a step in the right direction. And yeah, I mean, you can, look, take a screenshot. Like, roughly speaking, I think that this is a good kind of reference for a kick. But you'll see, like, even like some of Cashner's packs, like, I think before I even pulled up the W&W kick, rave after rave. This is obviously a little bit more like traditional big room, but you can kind of see the same precedent, right? Like, it's not, you know, push-pull like big room techno kicks, but same kind of concept. So make sure when you're making your big kicks, you should always, always, always check the waveform for some craziness. And when you see some like crazy peaks like this, definitely consider using a clipper to tame that, and then boost the volume of the kick after the clipper so that you get the same. Well, actually, you don't have to do that, actually. Never mind. I retract that last statement, but just use that clipper. And then for the drop, I mean, we kind of touched on the drop already, because all the changes I recommended would automatically make the drop better. So that, my friend, is about it. Let me check the second break quick. I called that sound. That's the sound I wanted to hear. You used it. Dude, you should use this sound in the first drop. If you feel so inclined. If you want both drops to be big, I understand. It's fine. But you shouldn't wait till this sound is too good. Okay, actually, the sound is good, but it does need work. It's way too wide. Yeah, that sounds kind of crazy. I would make sure that the sound is a bit more narrow. Make the reverb on the sound wide, but make sure the sound source itself is more or less mono. But that vibe is exactly what I'm talking about. If you don't want to make this the first drop lead, what you can do instead is use it earlier on. Like, you should have that lead, like, pretty much, like, way sooner. The other thing is, too, now that I'm looking at this intro, having a 1 minute long intro is not really the move anymore. What I would probably recommend, like, imagine this, right? This is your intro. Literally something like this. So after 8 bars of a filtered kick intro, minus the respace here, but keep your big kick with just that little bell. That's enough when you're DJing live, you can hear that little bell coming in. And then once you get to bar 17, I mean, high key, you can literally just make this cut. It actually works. Just like this. Break, vocal comes in, big build, drop. Food for thought, man. Dope track, though. Dope track. All right, I haven't checked the chat in a minute. My bad, guys. Let's see what's going on here. Distorted fart with reverb. What is going on in this chat? Oh shit, Dante, you won the Wild Ride Remix comp. Dope, dude. Congrats. That's sick. All right. We have a few more tracks to check. Well, a lot of tracks, but I only got a few more in me. But I want to try to get to as many people as possible. So I've got Absolute Zero here. I'm going to download a bunch more right now, and then I'm going to take a bathroom break, and then we're going to bang these out. Where can I send my demo? My friend, unfortunately, you're a little late. What we do is I take submissions throughout the week leading up to this. I post it all over my social media. You fill out the form there, and then about 15 minutes before the stream, I download the form, and I have all the links here on the side. I can't really take links on the fly, but next time, just pay attention to like my social media, and also if you're a Patreon member, you get priority. So, food for thought. Okay. Let's see. Ross McMillian, what tier are we on? We're on silver. And are you Ross Cole? Or is that a different Ross? Because I actually have your track downloaded, Ross. I just don't know if you're the right Ross, because there's a few here. Let me know in the chat, Ross. I've got ID V2. Put a Ross question mark? Yes. Awesome. Okay. I had your track downloaded. We'll be reviewing it shortly. I see Gaudry in the chat. He's a free member. Actually, I don't know if he's a member, but he's free. Tum Tum. Dum Dum wants some gum gum. Get him in here. Our freebie. And let's check out. I have some more downloaded. We've got Elias. And we've got Seawin. This works. No, this link isn't working, unfortunately. This one? Okay, I've got a link from Cwin. All right, and then we'll do Brother West Flames. Okay, so I've got these here. We're gonna review these guys, and then I'll do one more batch after this, and then we'll call it. We'll try to go through these a little bit more quick. I am gonna use the bathroom real quick. Give me 1 second, guys. I will be right back. Un momento, por favor. Give me a second. I need to figure out how to switch. Let's go. Scene 4. Alright, guys, I'm back. Damien, can I have mine chosen? You can, sir. You can. I think what I'm going to do, because, again, as a reminder, if you guys are new, I am prioritizing my fellow supporters, my Patreon members. But I am also selecting some freebies, but I'll be prioritizing like the freebies that are actually in the chat. Because if I'm not seeing any, activity in the chat, I don't really have that much incentive. But if I see you in the chat, like Brother Damien, I'll make a few calls. How about that? Damien, are you, I'm not trying to put your full govy out there. Damien, did you submit one called Rave? Is that you? Because there's another Damien. I don't want to select the wrong one. Okay. So we got Rave. All right. I'm downloading it. We're going to review some tracks, guys, and then we'll do one more batch after that. Keep this thing pushing and get some good feedback, have some good discussions, all of that jazz. All right. Damien. Okay. All right, let's get after here, guys. Let's go back to FL Studio. No, no. There we go. Boom. Okay. All right, so we got Absolute Zero and Chris Leslie with an ID. Make it our night. Sounds like it's gonna be Prague. Let's mute my mic. Sorry, 1 second, guys. Having technical difficulties on my end. 1 sec. Okay. My bad. My bad. Let's run that back. Sorry. Okay. Yo, so this is the best progressive house track. Trying to make sure my statement is about to be authentic. I think this is the best progressive house track I've listened to on stream so far. Very, 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 very high quality. Very high quality. Shout out Absolute Zero and Chris. Very, very high quality stuff here. Okay. With that being said, guys, I try to tailor my feedback to your skill level. They are obviously very good, so my feedback is going to be technical. It is not nitpicky. I mean, it is nitpicky because that's what it takes to get to the next level past this. Okay. So first, I want to also quickly compliment. I gave a quick thumbs up while I was listening to it because I absolutely love this structure. They did this in Carry You too. I love in Progressive House for extended mixes, for the extended mix to go into the build up, into the drop. It's just such a great combination. I love that. I want to do that for one of my next Progressive House tracks too. Very, very nice. I am wondering if it could be shorter though, because it still takes 1:30. Let me try that quick. Let me see something. Let me do a little Frankenstein. Yeah, you have a minute-long intro, or you guys have a minute-long intro. Why not just? Like, what if we just did this? I messed up the cut, but. Yeah, I would do this, dude. I would do this. Obviously make it smoother, but I feel like your main buildup should start at bar 17, 30 seconds in. The main build starts at 45 seconds in or 25 bars in, and then your drops at 1 minute. That's like the more standard approach. The reason I'm harping on this is because it's so high quality. Again, I do have to be nitpicky because that's how you get to the next level. Further, if I were to DJ live and I wanted to play this, like I would have to like cut it and make it fit my sets. And especially as you guys are upcoming and trying to get yourself known, one thing that you should always think about is how do I make the person that I want to support my song, how do I make their life as easy as possible? So meaning, I shouldn't have to go in and make cuts in order for me to play it live, right? And I'm not saying it's all about me. I'm just saying hypothetically speaking. Yeah, so, you know, with how long this is, I feel like it would be slightly inconvenient to mix live. So that's just one thing. That stood out to me as something that I would do personally. Now, let's move on. Let's pretend that you did this. And then the build-up I thought was great. Oh, okay. Again, nitpicky. I personally would not do the little woo sound because it is very Matisse and Slatko. They started doing that recently. It's become more and more prominent. I feel like, and I'm being honest with you because I want the best for you, it feels too much like copycat Matisse and Slatko to do the exact kind of woo. You did a great job at making it or putting it in because it sounds something exactly like they would use. Just maybe now that you've kind of mastered how to do it Matisse and Satko's way, maybe try to find a way to do it your own way. Try to find a way to make it your own. That's what I meant to say. So you can use the same principles, right? Like, for example, keep it low MIDI, add a kind of pitch sweep, etc., but make it different so that it doesn't feel so copycat. And the reason it's especially important for you guys is because the track is already high quality, right? So in my opinion, from the outside looking in, when I hear a track that's so high quality, it like piques my interest. And then if I hear things that kind of sound a little too copycat, like Matisse and Satko or whoever else, it makes me feel like, well, then I'm just going to go play a Matisse and Satko song, if that makes sense. So you want to have something in your track that gives it a unique flavor, that gives it, you know, that separates you from the pack. And I always heard that advice, and I feel like maybe for myself at one point when I was really young, I like took it too seriously and I tried to reinvent the wheel. You don't have to do that. Like, dude, make progressive house exactly like you are. Just find like small things that you can do to make it your own, right? So in Matisse and Satko's case, for example, that little woo thing has become synonymous with them. So, you know, again, find little sounds that you can use in your tracks that become synonymous with Absolute Zero or Chris Leslie. So let's see the drop again. Leads are awesome. Chords are awesome. You know what needs work? The low end. The kick is feeling a little thin. The bass is not warm enough. And yeah, I'll leave that at that. Now, listen, I'm too nice. So I do not want to make it seem like I'm being an ass. I'm only being nitpicky because of how good you guys are. And these little nitpicky things are what's going to improve. So I'm not trying to be like a Debbie Downer, like, oh, this stinks. The track is very, very good. I already said it's the best progressive house track that I've reviewed on stream. With that being said, in order to take it to the next level, I think, for example, reviewing the kick and the bass / the 100 bass in this drop bass arrangement could be helpful in making sure that the whole entire low end is just better. It's fuller. Because right now, it just sounds a bit thin overall. So you can simply start by making your kick a little bit louder. You can make your kick. Yeah, like I'm looking at it here in the intro. You could, like, okay, what I would do on a progressive house kick, you could do what I just mentioned a little bit ago with Martinez's kick with the clipper, but just do it on a way less extreme basis. But just do a tiny bit of clipping. And that will kind of fatten it up a little bit, make it just a little bit thicker. You can also obviously EQ it as well. But as far as the bass goes, yeah, man, like I definitely want to hear a bit more warmth going on. Truthfully, there could be more warmth across the board, which makes me think maybe it's a mastering issue or something on your master chain that's thinning things out a bit. I'll leave it at that. I'll say that my general critique for this drop is that I want it to be warmer across the board. I want the low end to be fuller, and I want the synths, specifically the main lead, to just have a little bit more warmth, a little bit more forwardness. But that's it. Everything else sounds really good. I think the melodies are great. The sound design is great. The overall vision is great. A really, really good progressive house track. Yeah, I mean, they're doing everything right. Cool loop. Like that little sizzle. Like that impression. So good. Great chords. Good progression. The clap. Yeah, nah, these guys are doing everything right. Sounds very, very good. I would take a look at the drop, though, and try to utilize some of that feedback I mentioned in order to take it to the next level. But guys, kudos for making the best progressive house track that I've reviewed on stream thus far. Very, very good stuff. Okay, next up, we've got Ryos, IDV2. Okay, all right. So, ID2 by Ryos. So, Ryos, I think the first thing that I want to say is I feel like you've got a bunch of different ideas, and I want to hear them a little bit more consolidated into one. I think one one thing about being a music producer is, in a way, you have to kind of make sense of all the ideas that can come to your head, because a lot of times you can have a bunch of different ideas and it's about knowing when to combine them into one song or when to separate them. And I feel like right now there's like a bunch of different ideas that I think could be their own tracks, but instead you've kind of jam-packed them into one track. So here's what I would do instead. And also, by the way, Matrix, I just tried to adjust my mic. Let me know if that's better. I don't know. I'll fix it after, though. It should be less compression. But anyway, to go back here. So there are a few things that I did like a lot. I think the break is really strong here. I think you could use a little more ear candy, but let's keep it pushing for a second. Okay, right. So what I was saying is, right now you've built this really cinematic and like interstellar, beautiful kind of vibe, right? Mysterious, melancholic, whatever word you want to use. And then we kind of get into like this ravey emotional section. And it kind of comes out of the blue. I feel like you're switching themes on me. Now further, once we get to, so, okay, for a second, let's stick with this. I'm like, okay, I can get behind this, but then when it comes to the drop, it kind of goes like big roomy, like a big room house beat or something. Again, I think there's just like too many ideas here. So let's consolidate it all. I think you're onto something here. I think the lead's good, and I like the chords a lot, and I also like the melody. I think that there's something here. So I think you take this section, build around it. So if we circle back to the break, for example, I would make sure your chords are the exact same in this verse section and in this hands up, besides the dotted rhythm. Like, ignore that. I'm talking about the voicing and the actual notes themselves. Make sure they're the exact same. So when you come into the section, you have that feeling of familiarity. Now further, for these big hands up moments, when you have this big synth, you're missing bass, which is a key component, right? Especially coming here, you've got a kick. There's like some nice warmth. Coming into this section, that leaves me with a feeling of like something's missing. Now, one thing that you did really well is creating this emotional interstellar vibe. Keep that going. A track that you can listen to. Damn, I can't think of an exact one, but check out Matisse and Sadko stuff. I'm sure at some point in time, they had a moment in their break where they had a big synth that also had strings behind it. And you can use that as a kind of a reference point or a blueprint on how you can proceed with this break, because I think from the vibe you created here, you can carry that forward and combine that with the big synths so that this section fills out more, but also sounds a bit more cohesive with this section. And then as far as the drop goes then, number one, first order of business, the melody that's here and the sound, the exact sound needs to go in the drop. To me, this sounds like a different lead, and it is a different melody too. I don't really see the benefit of doing that. It sounds a little inconclusive. It sounds like, again, like how I said before, just too many ideas in one track. You did a good job already here, like kind of establishing dominance with this lead, and then it left. Use the same lead again. Same melody and everything. And as far as the drop execution goes, like one thing that I can say as well, when you're using these kind of dotted progressive house melodies, like bum, 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 using instruments that will accentuate that rhythm often sounds really good. So for example, a nice bright dance piano would help this drop a lot. But I do think from the ground up, the drop needs to be reworked. So for example, you have that like little galloping hat, that I would probably get rid of that and save it for the second half of the drop. Same thing for the clap too. That main clap, probably just hold off on that for the second half of the drop. And keep in mind, I'm giving you this feedback in accordance to what I'm recommending, which is to use that hands up melody here. So if that hands up melody was here, it's going to be more dotted. I think then you can go for a more traditional progressive house approach, which would just be like 4 on the floor clap, 4 on the floor ride, along with the kick. And then the other big note is just in regards to the bass. Make sure your bass is not too low. And especially with how like emotional and uplifting everything sounds here, you don't want to use a super mean bass. It's okay to use some. Remember that example I said earlier in the stream with Together, Matisse and Sadko Garrix? That's like kind of a happy progressive house track, but you can still hear that growly bass, but it's still within like a range that makes sense, right? If we had the project file for Together right now, and I went in and I put like a crazy big room bass underneath it, like it would sound strange. You need to stay within the realm of your idea for it to sound cohesive. And part of that is making sure that every sound has the same kind of profile. It has the same, you can describe it similarly. So for example, if you're making an emotional progressive house track, make sure every sound has that kind of emotional feel to it, within reason, right? And part of what makes this particular bass sound too mean is the notes are actually too low. So when the notes are too low, you can kind of get that like mean stank face feeling, which is cool for certain tracks, but not prog. Not a prog track like this. So dude, you've got a lot of good ideas here. I think if you run with what I mentioned before about kind of leaning into that interstellar vibe some more, keeping the strings and everything going here, making it more emotional, and then making sure that the drop, not only do you use these melodies and synths, but you kind of keep that euphoric vibe, the melancholic vibe over everything else. And you do that by putting the synths on a pedestal and using less aggressive basses and making sure everything is supporting one another. Really big pads, for example, like a trance pad would work really well in this drop. But cool, man. Definitely got some good bones here, for sure. All right, chap. What is poppin'? What is poppin'? All right. I don't know how to say his name. Gargy. Tom Tom. Dum Dum wants some gum gum. Let's go.
Dum 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 diggy dum dum taka dum 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 diggy dum dum taka dum 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 diggy dum dum taka dum 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 diggy dum 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 diggy dum dum taka dum 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 diggy dum dum taka dum 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 diggy dum dum taka dum 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 diggy dum 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 diggy dum dum taka dum 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 diggy dum dum taka dum 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 diggy dum dum taka dum 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 diggy dum dum.
Gargy, this is dope, bro. This is dope. So rip it apart. I got you. No, actually, dude, for real, this is dope. So I think, excuse me, I think the first thing that I would do is take a step back and say, like, what is the goal of this track? Like, what is the kind of, yeah, I guess what's the goal? We'll leave it at that. Now, in my mind, I would say the goal of this one is for it to end up being some kind of like melodic techno-inspired track. I think that's kind of the goal. it's kind of like somewhere between like Afro house. I hear melodic techno inspiration. I hear a little bit of like the Kashmir ethnic, clubby inspiration, we'll say. What I want you to do is take all of these ideas and make it a little bit more of like a uniform package so that it feels more like a cohesive experience, because it lightly or slightly feels a little too experimental and like it's lacking an EDM structure, if that makes sense. So for example, like I think if I'm you, I'm immediately looking at melodic techno, because melodic techno producers make tracks like this all the time. And you can study those tracks and see how they utilize different breaks, different effects transitions and stuff in order to bridge each section for it to like really make sense. I'll also, like, one of my favorite like house or melodic techno producers is Cream with a K. They have a track called Subwelo, which I love, and it's a similar idea. It's ethnic. I think that track's like I think it's Latin, I believe, and obviously this is like a little bit more Arabic. Either way, though, it has that vibe of like creating a melodic techno vibey kind of environment. So the first order of business, or a second order of business, because I just said the first order of business. The second order of business would be actually like what to do, right? So I'm taking a look immediately at the drop. Actually, let me say a quick bonus thing. You exported this at a low quality. I don't know what, if it's 192 or something like that, but you can see up here in the frequency spectrum, see that hard cut? That means it's not 320. So whatever your DAW you're using, make sure that you select 320 when you're exporting for the highest quality, number one. Number two, the biggest thing that I missed when it came to this drop was bass. I feel like you just need bass in this drop. And especially considering what I just mentioned about how I believe you should take a more melodic techno approach. Melodic techno producers all love and use rolling basses. So I think just literally slotting a rolling bass under here, like I think that would be absolutely cash money. If we were to try that real briefly, let's see if we typed in bass, side bass. Okay, yeah, so let's just experiment for a moment here. I'm going to do this in audio. Yes, sir. Now let me sidechain this. Now imagine if you do this in your project file, right? Like I'm literally doing this on top of the master. But do you hopefully kind of see the vision? Like having a simple but solid kind of rolling bass underneath everything would give it so much more stability. I could try to use a less aggressive bend, something a little bit simpler, but has the roundness that we need. Maybe this one? Yeah. Yeah, you hear how it sounds after it leaves? It's like... I think you're just simply missing that sound in your arrangement. So, you know, whether you run with the rolling bass idea or you don't, the bottom line is you do need better bass in the drop. I think rolling bass makes a lot of sense, but no matter what direction you decide to take it, if you decide to use like a bouncier style bass line, I believe the one in Subwelo, which is the track by Cream I just talked about, I don't think they did a rolling bass. I think they did something like, it might be like a dotted bass. Might be like a... Damn, I can't remember. I don't think it's a rolling bass though. So, listen to your favorite tracks, listen to some melodic techno tracks, and you can, test some stuff out for yourself. But the bottom line is you need bass. Now, another thing. I'm wondering what's on your master, dude, because I'm getting like a weird stereo image. There are certain things. Let me see if I can isolate this. Hold up. Let's go here. Yeah, it's hard to isolate it without the project file. But there's a few sounds in here that have a lot of stereo width in the mid-range. I can't tell if it's like a drum loop or something, or if it is the bass that you do kind of have in this drop. Something sounds like awfully wide and it sounds a bit strange. So generally speaking, what I'll recommend is when it comes to your stereo image, think about it like an upside down Christmas tree, roughly speaking. So if the bottom is your low end, you want it to be full mono, and then as you go up the frequency spectrum, you can get more and more wide. That's what I would recommend, because right now it almost sounds like you start mono, like the kick is mono, but then there's like this weird bulge, and then it goes back to being wide again. So I would consider just reviewing that. The drums are dope. Shakers are dope. The main vocal is dope. I am actually wondering, the prospect of that kind of shaker hat, the rhythm is perfect, but I think a different sound might move the needle in a positive way. This one almost sounds like too wispy. I almost want it to sound a little bit more clicky. Food for thought. Whatever Atmos or drone you have here, I think could definitely be louder to complement that sitar, or I don't know, whatever instrument that is, a duduk, whatever it is, it sounds dope. But yeah, I think once you add more bass, your track comes to life. Another thing that I'm noticing, by the way, wow, okay, so it took all the way over here to get to our first effect. I think no matter what genre you're making in EDM, effects are so important. And it's true. Like, do not go cheesy, sweep up, sweep down like crazy, right? Like, it can be done in a way that is tasteful, but I definitely think that you need more effects throughout this drop to create some like tension and release and overall energy. Like, I think right here especially, you can start to consider some kind of exhaust or a splash, some sidechain noise. Tastefully done, right? Like, I'm not saying go cheesy 2012 like, you know, EDM, but yeah, and the more I listen to it, the more I'm going to stand by my initial assessment, which was to adjust that shaker. I think changing that hat or shaker to a different one that's a little bit more transient forward. This one feels like it's too much like, stick with me, hold on. Yeah, it almost sounds like this to me, where there's no, like, if we imagine there's no transient here, it almost sounds like this. Like, there's not a transient, a clear decay. It's just kind of like a instead of it being like a, you know what I mean? It needs to have a tighter kind of release. Actually, it'd probably be easier if I just did it like this. Hold on. Excuse me. I feel like it'd be better if it was something like that. As opposed to it being so like sustained. And let me just quickly review the break one more time. I like a lot of actually what you have here. It feels very authentic. It feels like musical. It doesn't feel too EDM-y, which I think is a refreshing thing for the break, but it does sound mega overcompressed. So again, I don't know if that's happening on the master side. I don't know if that's on the individual side, but generally speaking, I would say turn down the compression in this break so that it feels a little bit more authentic. And make sure, generally speaking, another quick rule of thumb when it comes to these style tracks, the drums are especially important, particularly the transients. Like, make sure the transients are smacking, because that's what really makes these ethnic, groovy tracks work well. But dude, dope one. Should be proud of that one. That feels pretty fresh. I like it, Picasso. Scratching sound in the background. I'm not sure what that is, sir. No sizzle, all drizzle. Word to Neon. It could be mic feedback, Damien. Whenever I am talking and reviewing the mic, sometimes there's some feedback. I try to keep the FL Studio quiet on my end, but sometimes it's hard to do. Next one, we got Demo Big Room Melody. Don't have a name for this one, but if you recognize this demo, feel free to make your appearance in the chat. We'll take a listen together. Mute my mic here. Yo, Damien, I'm going to mute my mic. Let me know if you still hear that scratching sound. Okay, whoever made this one, I don't know, but it's dope. It is dope. So I have a few immediate thoughts. I think, okay, let's start with the big one. The big one is the lead. I think the lead needs work. I think, especially in this genre, if the lead is not working the best, then the whole idea falls apart. But the good news is it's fixable with a few maneuvers. So I think the sound itself is good. This, whatever sound is coming out of whatever plugin, whether it's Serum, Nexus, whatever, I think it's good. I have a feeling that you're overdoing the post-processing or using the wrong settings within your post-processing. So particularly, here's what I mean. Well, step one, it's the same issue we heard earlier. You're using a kind of like dark reverb on this lead, and that's just not gonna sound the best when it comes to these big leads. Let me show you once and for all. Not once and for all, because I'm definitely gonna talk about this again, but I'll show you right now. Let's go to Serum. Let's take, I don't know. Let's take a big lead. Excuse me. Let's go to open the cutoff, perhaps. No, that's not what we need. Okay, this is kinda like a good example. So if you take a dry lead that's out of Serum or Nexus or whatever, and it's high quality like this, which it sounds like your lead is, you need to carefully curate it and make it big slowly. So what I'm saying is, right now, it sounds like you're taking whatever reverb. I think Vintage Herb is a good example because it's naturally pretty dark. And you see that kind of effect you get? It's like, it doesn't sound big, it doesn't sound open, it doesn't sound clear. Your goal should be when you're making progressive house or big room and you're really trying to emphasize that reverb, the reverb needs to be clear, aka it should not be dark. So here's what I recommend instead. Well, first of all, you need to be careful with the mix amount too. It sounds like in general your lead is just too wet. Also, oh my god, I see Vintage Herb is completely bugging out. Oops. Why? Damn. Guys, I'm sorry. I don't know why this is happening. I literally took the time today to adjust all my settings, my bitrate and all that, and it still stinks. Interesting. I apologize, guys. I don't know why this is sounding like that. But anyway, or not sounding, but looking like that. Here's what I am recommending, though. Hopefully, you guys definitely heard the reverb and stuff. So here's an example of a nice bright reverb. See if this loads. Damn, it's not. That's annoying. Well, I've loaded up Realm. If you have Realm, it's literally the init default preset. Maybe I could try reloading it? No. Very strange. Don't know why that is. Okay, well again, this is the default init preset in Realm, and naturally it's already a better reverb because it is, I shouldn't say better reverb, but it's better suited for big leads because it is airy. Now, even still, I'll even use like a FL Studio reverb, which I actually don't even have because I don't really use them, but maybe the Fruity Convolver. Okay, so let's just say we take Convolver, we'll go to like a big chamber or something. I'm just trying to show you guys how important it is to craft the reverbs correctly. Let me see. I go to... Okay. This is not the best example, but whatever. The point is, the bottom line, just like I showed you guys before with that EQ, if you're using sends, you can actually customize the shape of your reverb, even if you are using a dark reverb. So even if you're like, Zane, like I don't know how to get a bright reverb, I don't have the right plugins, etc., you can basically make any reverb a bright reverb or a clear reverb. Now, it takes a little bit of work and you have to be careful, but generally speaking, the principles are going to be the same. You're going to want to make sure that the main response is more high mid focus. So that means cutting off the lows, right? So like it's mixed very loud because I'm just demonstrating, but you can already hear that like the reverb is far brighter now. Now, one thing about this particular reverb sound is there's no sizzle, which is good, but let's just pretend there was sizzle. You don't want that in your reverb as well, so we would go ahead and chop some of that off. And now you can hear the reverb is just focused on the section. Now, again, let's be super clear. This reverb stinks, but I'm just showing you how you would go and make your curve, right? It would look something like this, and this is when you take a dark reverb and make it brighter. Now let's try to actually use a better sound here. I want one that actually opens up, and it seems for whatever reason, FL Studio native plugins are showing on stream, but not the third-party ones, which is annoying. Can I try Vintage Herb again without breaking my computer? Let's see if this works. Okay, this seems to be working. Switch this to 80s. Okay. Okay, so what we would do is we open up this filter a bit here. would probably say we crank the decay. Introduce a little bit more of these mids back in. We're a little too aggressive in cutting this. Now, the real kicker is you want to make sure that this low mid region where the fundamental of your lead is in your track is not super wet. So that's kind of like the main thing to kind of cut. Make an adjustment kind of like this. And then what you'd want to do is after you make your reverb or your send or whatever, you put them back on the same group, right? So this would be the reverb send. This would be the lead, reverb send. They both go to the same mixer track. Here's where you do the processing. You do some OTT, you do some compression, whatever, to glue the sound. And this is, oh, I should also open the high cut on here too. That's another really important thing. If you're using vintage reverb, for example, or if you have access to the parameters within the reverb, also pay attention to the way the EQ is, because before at 800 hertz, it's where it's sounding really dark. Also, if you have vintage reverb, the 70s color is the darkest tone. And we're trying to avoid that, right? So cool. When it comes to your lead though, not only was the reverb an issue, but I'm thinking it's missing this feeling of being well packaged and squished. I wanted to be more squished. Simply, you know, my first gut instinct is to use some kind of compression, but honestly, for big room leads, a lot of times even clippers work really well. So if you use a kind of clipper and you squash it a bit, standard clip works great. And fun fact, on standard clip, you can actually utilize some soft clip saturation. It really gives the leads this really nice, satisfying texture. It's a trick that I've been using a lot recently. That will give it a little bit more of like a polished feeling, a little bit more of like a well-packaged feeling, as I mentioned before. So once you control your reverb, you do that. And then maybe also even considering some kind of excitement. So novel tech character, ozone exciter, things like that to make the high end sound a little bit more expensive and less dull. That's also a really nice trick that I would recommend here. Now, as far as the overall structure goes, and one thing I should add too, your kick, I think actually is dope. I think someone in the chat said that they wanted to hear a little bit more bass, which I can see, but I personally kind of like this rumbly feel that you've got going on, but you do need to make the rumbliness more pronounced. Unfortunately, maybe right here I can kind of get a sneak peek of your kick and bass waveform. Sorry, I'm just pondering on what I'm gonna recommend you. Because I think the bass sound is dope. I love the rumbly vibe. I'm gonna keep my recommendation super simple, but simple is powerful in music production. Make the thing louder. Because, hear me out, I love the rumbliness, but it's just too quiet. So at first I was like, oh, but if you make it too loud, the transient might get a little funky. But if you actually, sorry, excuse me, goddamn. Sorry. What I was going to say is on your kick, if you raise it to bring out the tail, but on your master you have a clipper, or even on the individual channel you have a clipper that's hard cutting the transient, you get a really satisfying result that way. So that's probably what I would recommend. And again, I think the sound itself is dope. So I think it's just a matter of like bringing out the good and controlling the transient a little bit, and you're golden. And also, once the drop lead comes to fruition and is executed a bit better, it'll automatically improve how the kick sounds and stuff. The last note I have actually is in regards to the arrangement. I think you adjust the arrangement, get rid of this kind of ARP section, and replace it with this. This sounds like a proper breakdown to me. Right? You could even put the ARP in this section, but this should be after the first drop, no doubt. Very atmospheric, very euphoric. Now, I believe that for the first drop and for this like this kind of deal, you should have this come in really soon after the extended mix intro. Because when you're playing this live, you kind of don't want to have to go through all this just to get to this, at least for the first drop. For the second time around, it's a nice break, but I would make sure that this comes in way sooner, essentially. And then this is a cool idea. I just think you take this, put it on the second half of the drop, and you go from there. I still don't know whoever made this, but whoever did, nice job. All right. What's going on here? I do like that the melody too. All right, next up we got West Flames, Jason Robert, KNDA, Bass Ride. Yo, we are off to a super hot start. I'm so curious to hear the second drop.
As long as I keep walking on this tightrope. Everybody shook when I hit him with the rapid flow. So sick with the bars, I think I'ma catch it cold. I can see my numbers going up on my Casio. Started from the bottom, but now I'm stacking dough. And I'm not gonna split bread like a gyro. People loving me in every single time zone. I'ma mix it being woke and a psycho go. 0 to 100 on nitro. I'm the best of the best, no typo. Homie, I can out-rap you on a blindfold. Legendary albino, call me whatever you want, get a down tone. Let the bass ride, bust a brake light. Keep the same vibe, I'ma stay fly. Let the bass ride, bust a brake light. Keep the same vibe, I'ma stay fly.
Dude, I love a little bigger action, man. This sounds super dope. This sounds super, super dope. So, okay. First off, let's state the obvious. These guys know what they're doing. This is a pretty well executed idea, if I do say so myself. And therefore, again, my disclaimer is I'm going to be extra nitpicky because that's how you get better. Okay. Don't hate me. But I do not like this vocal. I got to be honest. I think the verses are fire, but I think this main hook, in my opinion, reads a little cheesy. That's what I would do. That's the first thing that I would address. Let's talk about the rest of the instrumental. I think
Giving everybody what they came to see. You ain't no
fire. The idea of the big kick with the vocal, with the acid, little stabs that come in,
giving everybody what they came to see. You ain't on my
and a little siren thing. Very well executed. The low end sounds fat. Really, really nice job with the kick bass.
giving everybody what they came to see. You ain't on my level, so just
Yeah, really, really like that. Now, let me see the second break.
I keep walking on this tightrope. Cold.
Yeah, so, okay, I also really like this idea of a trappy section. I'm wondering, I don't know the situation. I don't know if you're in the chat. I don't know if you're in the chat, but what I was going to say is, depending on the vocal situation, like if you guys all made this vocal together, if it's not like a sample, I think you just rework the hook to be a little less cheesy, perhaps a better performance, maybe a little bit more dynamics in the melody, like a little bit more variation, not so like da 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 da, you know. But I have a feeling it actually could be like a performance thing. Anyway, point is, I really like the trap rap section. I want to keep that. So depending on how you proceed, if you guys rework this together, if this is some kind of like vocal that you bought from a website and you don't know the vocalist, maybe try to get a different one. Either way, I like this. And I would do what you can to keep this while also fixing the hook at the same time. But this is really cool.
From the bottom and now I'm stacking dough. And I'm not gonna flip.
Only complaint is that the drums are like really quiet. Like trap drums are supposed to be super disrespectful. Go listen to ISO. Go listen to ISO and report back.
Yo. Started from the bottom and now I'm stacking dough. And I'm not gonna flip bread like a gyro. People loving me in every single time zone.
All dope though.
Face ride.
Okay, now here's my like big complaint. I felt like the setup was so good. You kind of lost me in the build up, like the last few bars of the build up into the drop. It kind of felt, I don't know how to describe it actually. Hold on. Okay, it felt like there needed to be more of a gap between the end of the build up and the drop. Yeah, okay, that's exactly how I feel. It feels like you rushed. I feel like after you build up into this kind of like break section, like just, I don't think you dropped that early. I think it goes maybe like da-na-na, da-na-na, let the reverb tail come out, da-na-na, da-na-na, let the reverb tail come out, da-na-na, da-na-na, and then that third time, then you start with the rolling snare and you kind of build up that tension again. Also, on this main sound, I think the sound is really fresh and unique, but there was a classic mistake here made, I think. It sounds like it was high cut to shiitake mushrooms. A sound like this should not be high cut. Oh, Fab Filter doesn't work on stream for some reason. Hold on. 1 second, folks. Let's figure out exactly where this is happening. $220? Bro, I am not high passing my leads past 100. I feel like you're cutting out so much goodness here. That's some super sauce, actually, if I'm being honest. Especially on big room leans, like, you want them to have bass frequencies. That's, like, what makes them feel so fat. So, yeah, I mean, whatever high passing you did, just undo it. Keep that bass in. When it's playing in solo, it should feel fat. That's your rule of thumb. In this moment, it should feel fat, not thin. Like, every time, da-na-na, da-na-na, you should feel it in your chest. And assuming you take my advice with kind of giving yourself more space. Once the drop finally does hit, I think it'll feel more satisfying because I feel like it was a little bit rushed. And it's like, I feel like if I'm at a show and I'm drunk and I'm like listening and I'm ready for the drop, I feel like I would jump in correctly. I feel like I wouldn't even like time it right. I'm like, oh, the drop's here already. Oh. Also, one other thing, hold on. No, it's good. Yo, I really like this track though, dude. This is sick. Like really dirty synth in the second drop. Yeah, man. I think there's a lot of potential here. Hopefully my advice is helpful and maybe you guys will take it because I really like this idea, man. Good stuff, gentlemen. All right, next up we've got Rave. This is by Damien. I made a little note here. All right, Damien. Damien. Dude, dope idea. Also, you said you're 13. If that's true, good heavens. I know you said that last time as well. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. Very, very, very impressive that you're making this at 13. If you listen to what I made at 13, you would cry of laughter. And pain, probably. In all seriousness, a lot of cool stuff in this idea. I think we're kind of seeing a similar theme today, which is kind of funny. The reverb situation is killing your lead. So another situation where the reverb is like too dark, it's too damp in a sense, and it's making your lead sound drowned out. And the tricky thing is with this type of music, right? You want the lead to have a crap ton of reverb on it so that it has that arena kind of feeling. And with that kind of situation, you have to carefully curate your reverb. So what I'm going to recommend, if you have access, like my go-to reverbs are for this style of music, Arts Acoustic and round. Those two are really the ones that have that bright, airy, clean main stage kind of quality. And that will already help you get a clear reverb. Also, it sounds like you didn't turn off the reverb within Serum. And I'm 99% sure this lead is from Serum, because the Serum reverb sometimes has this like really metallic, tingy quality that I hear in your lead. I would make sure that whatever internal reverbs or wet effects you have are off. And then you have to manicure your own reverbs post-processing. Or through post-processing. Goodness gracious. But the reason is because it's so important, the reverb, you need to treat it like an instrument. You need to treat it almost like a layer in your drop. Be careful of using a reverb tail that's too long. I feel like this reverb tail is pretty long. And again, it's pretty dark. There's a lot of low mids going on, and that kind of muddies up the sound. So try Arts Acoustic, try Realm. Try that EQ trick that I showcased before, right? These are all like little things that you can do. Make sure that afterwards you send your reverb send back into a group where you can combine, you can smash your reverb send and your dry lead together with like compression and stuff. These are all like tricks that will really, really help you a lot. Now let's talk about the kick. Oh, also the entire track. The entire track is slammed. If you're using any kind of... So honestly, you don't even have to use any kind of mastering tool. Literally throw a sausage fattener at the end. And that can act as a really great brick wall limiter. You can use standard clip. Like, you don't even have to use a limiter if you don't want to. It's fine. But definitely use the kind of clipper, because I'm even clipping just listening to it. Which is just a testament to how loud it is. And it's cool to have tracks that loud, but it comes a point where it's too loud, and then you start getting bad artifacts. So I would just dial it back just a little bit on that front. Coming to the drop, though. The kick and bass, I think, sound good. I think they're struggling because of what I just mentioned. Sometimes when you push a track too loud, you start to lose headroom, and the bass suffers because of that. So I think actually lowering the track will provide more of that deep feeling in the low end that I'm missing. But further, you can utilize another layer in your kick bass group for sure, and that would be a mid bass of some sort. Whether it's a rolling bass, whether it's like a big room bass, I mean, the world is your oyster, but the bottom line is that your kick feels like it's very like kick and sub only, but a lot of times you need some kind of dirt or growl in your big room kicks, even big room techno kicks, same thing. Yeah, a rolling bass is probably the most obvious choice, but I mean, definitely get creative here, because the kicks are so important in the genre. They need to have their own kind of quality and characteristic. And right now this feels like a little too vanilla. Like, there's not like anything that's super like exciting about this kick. So adding that mid-range cool texture, maybe like a fun bass shot even. Like, imagine if you took I don't know, like this is ridiculous. What if you... Actually, that's too crispy. Hold on. Like, what if you took a crazy laser bass like this, shortened it, matched the envelope to match your kick, pitched it to the right key, and then kind of buried it, and just kind of gave it a little bit more flavor. Like, that's the things that will really make a difference for you. But yeah, again, it's one of those situations where once the things that I'm mentioning are improved upon, the track is infinitely going to get better, because the reverb is really killing it, and how loud it's being pushed is also killing it a bit. So that's what I would review there. Also, lastly, before we check some other ones, the arrangement I think could use a little bit of work. I like how fast you start off the track. That's great. I think coming into the break though, this felt too like out of nowhere. Give the listener time to like adjust. So I would say have like, before you introduce the ARP, and all these other sounds like the atmosphere sounds, just like wait 4 more bars. Have the boom. You can start to maybe filter in the bass and then have everything come in. Just give yourself a little bit more time. And yeah, man. Other than that, Damien, again, very impressed with you, man. I hope this feedback was helpful. The fact that you're 13 is actually insane. Big kudos to you. I accidentally just duplicated everything. Didn't mean to do that. But good stuff, Damien. Keep it up, dude. All right. All right, folks. I'm going to do probably like 2 or 3 more. If I haven't reviewed your track yet and you're in the chat, drop your name. Lewis, I see you. Let's see if I can find you in my handy dandy sheet. I found Lewis. Okay. All right, we'll do Cosmos. Cosmos, I don't see you on the sheet, dude. Is your name not Cosmos? Oh, never mind. I found you. Oh, Cosmos, dude. I don't have access to your file, man. It's a private file. See if you can give me permission quick, dude. Because I can't download it. I can't even view it. All right. I'll do one more. Let's do Spending Mouse, ID Base House. Yo, Alku, I got you, bro. Okay. Cosmos. Let's see. Okay, there we go. All right. Boom. Okay, here we go. So let's start with Lewis Chanel, or Lewis Channel. I'm going to call him Lewis Chanel. Let's take a listen. All right, Lewis. Very dope. Very cool. So the first thing, I actually just double checked to make sure I wasn't crazy. Dude, I think you should repeat the melody after 4 bars. It's pretty catchy, right? You got da na na, and then you kind of do your thing. And then after 4 bars, you went and changed it. And I think this is a big mistake a lot of producers make. If you have a good foundation, like, just use it. Because as soon as you start going off kilter and you start doing other things, it starts to feel random. It's that concept we talked about earlier where it's like you have too many ideas. Like, you have a great motif in the main 4-bar melody, like, just use that. Don't overcomplicate it. If you want to add a little variety at the very end, like, fine. But it sounds like you're going on a completely different journey. It's like you want to imagine melodies as like a conversation. And imagine if like you and I are talking and then like some random Joe Schmo starts butting in. It's like, yo, no one's talking to you, right? Sometimes melodies can feel that way where it's like you're having a conversation and just like, it just goes off course. You're like, what just happened? So you want it to have this kind of cohesiveness, and it's done through repetition, especially when you've done the hard work and already crafted something that's catchy. So go ahead and repeat that melody first and foremost. Now, number 2, let's talk about the drop execution. Overall, I think the leads sound pretty good. So being super particular, one thing that I would really love to hear in this lead stack, I would love to hear a little bit more of a washed feeling. Now, admittedly, this is a little tricky to execute in this style of drop, but I'll just be honest. What I would do, and what I've done in the past, is kind of like a version of doing the reverb centric. Imagine if we had our lead, right? Let's just grab a Cashmere loop, for example. Okay, yeah, let's pretend that this is like your drop lead, right? If you want to have that, if you want to have that kind of ethereal washiness, but still keep the integrity of your lead, you need to add reverb parallel, right? And that could be done through Ascend, like how I'm recommending. Sometimes I do like to just duplicate the audio too. It's essentially the same thing. But if you duplicate the audio of your drop lead and then just process it as its own layer, psychologically, at least for me, seeing it in my playlist, in my timeline, makes me view it more of an instrument rather than just using the send. So in theory, it is the exact same thing, right? We are setting up a reverb to run parallel to our dry signal. But this way, if you actually physically bounce your leads to audio, duplicate it, and then put it in a separate track on your mixer, so like when you view your screen, you're going to kind of view it more like an instrument, which I think can be helpful sometimes. But the principle is the exact same. But again, you're going to wash it out in reverb. All right, let's do it together. I'll lower this a bit. It's kind of loud. We'll use good old Arts Acoustic, which is tragically discontinued. I don't know how. Yo, a great business idea would be to figure out how to remodel Arts Acoustic and re-release it with their permission, because it is no longer for sale and it is still one of the best reverbs. Okay, so let's just say, for example, we have our lead like this. So you see that? By having it in parallel, we have maximum control. We can EQ if necessary. We can compress. We can distort if necessary. We have full control over the volume. And again, we want to, doing this trick of duplicating it in your timeline will force your brain to view it as an instrument. And by doing that, you can find that right blend where in the context of everything, chords, bass, kick, etc., you can make sure that it's cutting through enough and is obvious. Because I think for a lead like this, when your lead is sustained and not really like doing that much, it's fine, but your lead needs to be really freaking cool. And I feel like for this style, especially, the washy lead does really well, but you're just missing that. So try that out for yourself. If I can give you a track to think about, I think it's called Thinking About Myself. Hold on. It was an old trap song that was released on Stamped. I'm not going to play it because I don't want to get copyrighted. But hold on. I'm going to confirm the track title with you, and then you can look it up yourself. Yes, it's called Thinking About Myself by CMC Money Sign, and Cade. It was on Stamped a long time ago, 2017. And this track, the lead has that long, like just long notes, but there's so much reverb that it sounds good. Like it makes it sound a lot more interesting, even though the melody is very simplistic. Now, further, leads are dope, right? We discussed the leads already. How else can you improve upon it? I love your bass a lot. The main growly bass here, chef's kiss. You did an awesome job there. But you are missing a nice warm bass to carry this entire drop. And you can even see it. I can't zoom in. Maybe I'll just use parametric EQ or something. Or millimeter spectrum, perhaps. Maybe this will work. Of course not. I don't know why none of my plugins work on stream. Man, who do I gotta call to fix this? Okay, you can kind of see it on parametric EQ. Look at this big hole right here. There, fixed it. No, I'm kidding. But, yo, this hole right here, I call this region the 100 bass, right? Like, you need to have, if you have a clean sub, which you do have, you need to have a bass that's also providing the warmth. A nice rule of thumb, I don't know what you're making music on, but the 100 bass is what makes things sound powerful on consumer devices, on my laptop, on my AirPods, even on a phone speaker nowadays. On the new iPhones, you can get like good bass presence out of the phone speaker, but you're not ever going to feel the sub. It's going to be the bass. So making that distinction and that separation is very important. Your sub is to shake the walls and to, you know, have that thick feeling in the clubs and stuff, but the bass is what's actually going to be heard on consumer devices. So you need a warm bass in there. You need a warm bass. As far as sounds go, bass guitars work really well. A basic saw bass out of Serum. So for example, one of my favorite tricks is to actually use one of my own presets. It is, I think it's Alpha. Yeah. Alpha is a goated preset for 100 basses because you just take an EQ. You're not going to be able to see this EQ. I'm going to fix this for next time. I don't know why none of my plugins aren't showing on stream. I'll use parametric EQ, I guess. But this is the kind of maneuver you're going to want to make in order to make this so-called 100 bass, right? So you go low pass, high pass. So I like to do like around 80 hertz. And that's it. Just like that. Now you have a great 100 bass. Now this will add warmth. When you have your sub here and your 100 bass, it's going to feel nice and powerful now. So this is the kind of thing that you're missing. And again, this is one example. You have so many things at your disposal. Bass guitars, etc. So that will really move the needle. And amplify your bass group, right? Because I just said your bass, your crispy bass or your growly bass in the drop is already very, very good. Finally, on the drop here, the last things that I'll recommend that will really change are just to simply replace all of your drums. With the main three players, the kick, crash, or is it crash or rad? Hold on. Maybe it's just white noise. I don't know. There's some kind of white noise. I don't know if it's coming from the drums or if it's like a white noise sample. But it sounds like it's been time stretched, and it sounds artifacty. Sounds strange. So I would just find that culprit, get rid of it. The kick is pretty good. I just wish it had a little bit more click to it. So I think you're just better off finding a higher quality kick. And same thing with the snare. The snare feels a little too like acoustic. I think you should 100% have a far more aggressive snare. Maybe not like as aggressive as like a dubstep snare, but at least what you should do, keep the body of your current snare, but then use a dubstep snare tail, but high pass it. So for example, if you took like a really nice snare, this pack has incredible dubstep snares. This one's already high passed. So you should use noise like that instead of like the noise that's in that snare. It sounds like it just doesn't fit for a big drop like that. Yeah, I'm really curious to find where that culprit is of the white noise, because that's really hindering your drop right now, that artifacty white noise. Dude, I really like this idea though, to be honest. I really like this idea. I think that the other thing that I'll mention briefly before we move on, just the break. I feel like it's a little too organic. I want it to be slightly more EDM. So here's how to do it. The strings, instead of using like these lo-fi VHS kind of strings, use regular strings, no filter. Let the brightness and the warmth come from those strings. Layer a saw pad in there, a filtered saw pad. And then that main lead that you have in there, if applicable, if the sound is capable of it, open up the cutoff a little bit so you get a little bit more high mids coming through. It's like all that small bell. You could also try adding like OTT and some distortion to kind of get that to come out a little bit more. But yeah, that main pluck should be a little bit more EDM-y, I would say. But dude, other than that, Lewis, good stuff, my man. All right, next up, we've got ID Bass House. I believe this is from Mouse. I think this is from Mouse, but I'm not sure. It's not in the title. Let's see. I'm also just going to give him a nice boost here. All right. I think this is Mouse. Mouse, if you're in the chat, let me know. I think this is Mouse. Walking Mouse. I think that's his name. Anyway, point is, all right, there's some good bones here. There's a good amount that I would recommend, actually, that are pretty quick fixes, but will make a pretty big difference. We're going to start with the drop, because this is the first thing that I noticed. Especially in these bass house influenced aggressive ideas, the drums are the most important thing. Most important thing. The drums need to be smacking. And if we really assess this, the hi-hat is, I can't hear the hi-hat really. A tiny bit. The kick is getting drowned out, and the clap is a bit too dark. So instead, right, just simply taking the 3 core sounds of a bass house groove and making sure they're as good as possible, it's going to increase the idea across the board. So here's what to look out for when it comes to bass house drums. For your kicks, you want to use hip-hop inspired kick drums most of the time. If we're talking about like Knock 2 style, which, you know, he's kind of leading the way with bass house, so we'll use that as our guide. When it comes to that style of music, using hip-hop influenced kicks are a really smart decision because they have the right length and they overall have the right feeling, the right thumpiness. So for example, here are some good ones. Like this one especially is really nice because it has a nice little click. But you see this length? And you see how this feels? Like, I'm going to shut up in a second. It hits your chest every single time. And it's nice and short because that'll allow us to have a lot of room for our sub. This is what you want your kick to sound like. You could probably go ahead on Splice and find this. Decap kick stern. Just go get this sample. Such a good kick, especially for bass house. Now, one giant rule of thumb across the board in any genre, if you want your kick to stand out, you must sidechain. You're not sidechaining nearly enough for this entire drop because not only is your kick too quiet, but because you're not sidechaining heavy enough, everything is kind of fighting on top and you're not giving the kick the real estate it needs. And for your general knowledge when it comes to music production, low-end instruments, kicks, bass, etc., they need the most room made for them because they take up the most headroom. So, you know, other sounds you can kind of get away with just kind of throwing in your mix and you know, littering your mix with them with little care. But no, kicks, bass, you need to actually tend to them the most because they are the biggest headroom hogs. So with that being said, sidechain, very important. Making sure that nothing is conflicting with the kick really when it is hitting is very, very important. Now, as far as the clap goes, we talked about the kick. As far as the clap goes, I mean, the clap you have a little bit more like creativity, I think, but generally speaking, like a crispy house clap is going to do you justice. Like, this is fine. This is good. Nice smacky clap, nice and bright. My folders are a complete mess right now. So, but this is good. I mean, nice bright. So already, like if we were to take these samples, throw them in your track, the drums are already going to sound more in your face and therefore a little bit better. For the hat, you can keep things a little bit simpler, but for the hat, the main takeaway is making sure it has that housey quality. So I really like this pack from Noizu, who is a tech house producer, and he's got some awesome hats in here. So I would check out his pack, find a cool hat, maybe one that's a little bit spicy like this one. Like look, this dude, take these drums, use it in your track already. I think that'll make a nice improvement. I'm gonna actually drop a star on this sample. That's a dope hi-hat. Now, I like the idea of call and response, big room lead into housey bass. That's cool. I would 100% turn the white noise way down though. I think the white noise in the first half of the drop is super overpowering. And then especially when you come into the second half of the drop, it just feels like too much of a stark contrast. Instead, if you just had side-chained white noise quietly in the background the whole time, that would be a much better way to just go about white noise. And then further, that would actually bridge the gaps between the call and response even better. So for example, you can literally take, let's take, like imagine if we took some simple white noise like this, put this on, take this off, bada bing, bada boom. Just have this in the background lightly instead of it having blasting for 2 bars and then having it dip out. Now, next up, for the other section, the B section, the response, the idea of using these kinds of snares for the offbeat, it feels a little dated, to be completely honest with you. That just sounds like something that would be more popular in like a 2012 or 2013 style track. Instead, the trend nowadays, or something that just sounds a little bit more modern, I don't even want to call it a trend, it's just to keep things a little bit more simpler when it comes to the type of percussion that you're using. But using big chunky snares like that is just not the move. So instead, if you have a nice kind of rhythm like this, you're going to keep this groove going the whole time. I'll show you a trick that I did. Instead of using a big chunky snare like that, instead maybe use something like a small bit crush tom. Like that sounds a bit more modern, right? For example, let's see if I could find it. I used it in Way Back Home. Yeah. So imagine, like, in Way Back Home, I did this for my B section. In Way Back Home, I did something similar. I had a big synth and then this kind of like weird B section. See what I mean? It sounds way more modern. You can get that extra groove and articulation without it sounding a little dated. And it just boils down to the sound. So maybe you should go on Splice and check out some cool packs. I really like, for EDM-y drums, I think Virtual Riot's good. Anything by Drop Gun is good. Oliver makes really great drums across the board, but it's usually more for like poppy stuff. But a lot of good samples out there. So maybe you just need to do a little bit better job at like selecting a little bit more modern sounds for bass house particularly. Like I think that groove would work well there. I want to come to the break briefly. I like this vibe that you've created. The only thing that I'll say here, I don't think you should have that blaring saw. I think you've done a good job at progressing up to this point so far. Let what you've done carry on and do its thing uninterrupted. Like, that's not the best way to put it, actually. How am I trying to say this? I'm trying to say, like, you have good elements, let them breathe, basically. So having this, like, blaring saw command, number saw, the saw sound feels a bit stock. So it's just not the most interesting sound. But even still, it's just, it's kind of interrupting the vibe because you've got this ARP, you've got this emotional vocal. I think instead, if you're going to build on this break, use something that votes for the type of break that you're trying to make. So if you're trying to make this like mysterious, vibey, dark kind of break, try to pick like a dark atmosphere, for example. That would be a really wise decision. And that boils down to sound selection in the context of arranging your song. But dude, Mr. Mouse, if you're here, thank you for sending this one. Overall, I like the vision, and hopefully this feedback helps, man. Okay, we've got 2 more. Next, we've got Alu GG Moss remix. Let's mute the mic. Let's take a listen.
You used to ask me if I got.
Yo, real quick, I don't know much about this. Is this a popular song? Am I about to get copyrighted? If I get copyrighted, I'll just mute it afterwards. No worries. All right, here we go.
You used to ask me if I got home safe. You never let me walk alone when it was getting late. Now you're reminding me that love can die like seasons change. You don't look at me the same. No, I'm not gonna wait. If you wanna go, then I'll let you walk away. I know I'll move on, but it won't come easy. And I know in the back of my mind you've been giving up.
Dude, this is dope. This is dope. I really like the Elenium inspiration here. It sounds really cool, man. So listen, this drop, I can't wait to say this because I'm gonna sound like a broken record. Yo, this is some serious sauce. I'm telling you. Joe, just trust me. Take your drop leads, duplicate them, add a shit ton of reverb, process it like a motherfucker, and then like layer it on underneath your lead. This lead, especially in the context of a big future bass track or melodic dubstep, whatever you want to call it, it needs to be washy. This feels too dry. There, you have one whistly layer in there. And that whistly layer is kind of giving me that satisfaction a little bit, but it needs to be way more. So I guess in theory, you could take that whistly layer and just make it louder. But imagine, hold on, let me think, hold on. What song is it? Damn it. I thought there was an Elenium song that did it, and I can't think of it on the fly. I'm choking. Listen to the other one I recommended before, CMC Money Sign with Cade, Thinking About Myself. They did that exact vibe where it's a lead that's got like a nice wash behind it. And it makes a lot of sense for this style of music because otherwise... to me, it feels just a little bit dry. Now, listen, I am totally... I totally understand that sometimes you don't want it to be super washed down. That's fine. But I do think that running a reverb or wet effects in parallel, or just running something in parallel from the drop lead, with a focus on the high mids can add a nice texture and energy to the leads that I think is missing at the moment. So even if you don't want it to necessarily be super washed out, totally understandable, still have a parallel layer, or just use, your favorite distortion, use the dry wet knob to give yourself a little bit of like a high mid sheen on here. You could also experiment with exciters, but I think in this case, personally, I think because you're good, I could be a little bit, of a nitpick meanie. I was gonna say it sounds like slightly boring or like expected, So I think getting a little bit more character would be your next goal, because clearly you can make a good track. Like clearly you're a good producer. So the next goal is like, okay, how do I make this thing sound fresh and unique, or give it like that slight edge? Because again, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. Just give it like a slight edge. I think what I recommended previously would do that for you. Just trying to get the lead to have a little bit more character. Also, I think the snare needs way more reverb, because in these types of tracks, the reverb tail on the snare, actually defines the space. And it's so weird. It's actually a fun experiment. Removing the drums out of these style drops, it's funny because it can often make them sound smaller. But the snare, when it has that big reverb tail and it's clear and you hear that reverb tail, you're like, oh my God, this drop is huge. It's in an arena. So definitely have a nice compressed reverb tail on that snare. The drum is really good. The kick drum, I keep saying the drum when I'm referring to the kick. The kick drum is really good. Overall, I like the mix down. Nice sizzle in the top end. The low end feels nice. I would love to hear something with the vocal. I thought this fill, it felt like too much of a down moment. So maybe just taking one of the phrases in the vocal, heavily distorting it with reverb and a filter, very Elenium coded, and what did I say? Distortion, reverb, and a filter. I don't know if I named all three. Anyway, point is, that would be a nice way to filter out this drop while keeping the integrity of the entire idea. Lastly, the break. You're in the chat, right? Dude, I'll check out the bridge in a moment. Let me know, is this all original production, or is this part of, is the break some of the original? If you let me know, it'll help me. But my main critique with this break is oh, it's original. Okay, cool. So that's even better. The reason it's better is because you just need bass. The guitars are too thin. It's especially obvious right here. After you watch this stream and you listen to me yap about your song, go listen to Martin Garrix, because I think he is probably at least one of my personal favorites when it comes to mixing guitars. His guitars are so warm. There is so much richness to his guitars. And right now, if we listen to yours, it feels pretty thin. It feels pretty thin, and it's giving this feeling of like emptiness. Now, further, you can also consider just simply adding a bass here. I think that's a fair assessment. I think that you can just add a Ryos after the 808 for this section. I think that makes a lot of sense personally. So I would consider that as well. You also mentioned the bridge. Let's take a listen to the bridge, which, to be honest, I don't even know what section you're referring to. I don't know what the bridge is, but I'm going to just listen to some of this break. I'll skip around a bit.
Little things that you don't do. We're lying down in bed, but it feels like you're not in the room. And I'm so sick of this, you're taking all my confidence.
Stop the music. Yo, this is, first of all, I apologize, didn't mute my mic. Hopefully that feedback wasn't awful. But yo, you have the right bass right here.
And I'm so sick.
Excellent bass. Use that right here. Okay, anyway, let's keep it.
And I'm so sick, I'm not gonna wait. No, I move on, but it won't come easy. And I know in the back of my mind you've been giving up. I ain't asking you to stay. I'm not asking you to stay. I'm not asking you to stay. I'm not asking you to stay.
Alku, brother, you've cooked. I really enjoy this, man. I like this. And again, like, let me just clarify. The advice that I've given you when I was talking about your leads and stuff, I'm only telling you that because you're a damn good producer. And I know I've said this probably 5 times. I say this every single stream, but to me, it's important to say because I think it's worth repeating. As you get better, the only way to get better and to continue improving is to pay very close attention to the small details. So even though it can seem like I'm nitpicking, I mean, I am nitpicking, but that's what it takes, even for myself. Throughout my whole entire production journey, and still to this day, the way I am actively improving is by paying attention to the tiniest details that nobody cares about. Because actually, in fact, every tiny little detail is like, let's say, a 1% improvement. You do 21% improvements, you get a very significant improvement in your entire song. So that is why I am being nitpicky, but you do have a very strong idea here. So I'm really excited to see you implement this feedback, because I think you said over here it's only like 4 hours. You only worked on this for 4 hours, dude. You've cooked, man. Good stuff. All right, lastly, final one of the stream, folks. It's been almost 4. It's been over 4 hours, I think. Oh. All right, let's go. I think this is Cosmos. Okay, I've heard what I need to hear. Cosmo, you've got a lot of good ingredients here, but let's talk about how we can expand upon it and make this work for you in an even better way. So, your kick, very nice kick. I like it. It's like a nice soft techno kick, but it's really solid at the same time. And on my system, it's sounding really good. So I do like your kick. Here's my thing, and I was really hoping I would hear this, and I didn't. The first drop, you obviously chose to go a bit more plain, right, with the saw. Bam, bam, bam. Cool. First drop, big room techno drop, makes a lot of sense. Usually what you're going to want to do, though, for the second drop is you want to spice it up. You need to add more energy. In big room techno arrangements, the second drop is like the big payoff. So to repeat the same kind of melody as the first drop, it's not the best decision, straight up. Now, here's the other thing. The actual lead sound itself, that saw sound, I think sounds a bit weak and underpowered, to be completely honest with you. I think that sound, if you just got a better sound, it would make a world of a difference. So, for example, like, keep all of the principles the same. Use a detuned, crispy, messy saw, but use one that's a little bit more processed, right? You're in the chat. Dude, tell me if you know off the top of your head, do you know what synth you use for this? What VST? All right, while I wait for your response, I'll expand on that. It just, to me, sounds a bit stock. It sounds almost like you made, no disrespect, but it sounds like something that you would just like quickly make in Serum with like no processing. Like if you just take 2 detune saws, add some voicing, what's it called? Adjust the octaves, and then make it quick. Like it does not sound like it's processed. And sounds, hello, Zane, is that English? It sounds very much so like a raw ingredient still. So dude, listen, I am the biggest proponent of presets. Use presets and make sure if you're going to use presets, they're high quality. So for me, like, obviously I love my own presets, anything by Revealed / Alonzo Sound. Alonzo Sound makes the Revealed stuff. Any of their stuff is really good. Evolution of Sound is great. Excellent is awesome. Sam Smyers is great. Standalone is amazing for this style of music. So, and that's just in Serum. Like Nexus is obviously amazing. Point is, if you're using high quality sounds, you're already like, you'll already be better off than where you're at currently. Just by using a simple, better sound, just a better preset, no processing. That would be a fun like YouTube video to make one day. Like if I made an entire track without processing, just volume and maybe EQ, like you guys would be shocked at the results that you can get. It's crazy, but it just goes to show like high quality sound selection is super important. So let's pretend that you've taken this advice, you get a lot better sound in here, right? And you've processed this sound. You've added excitement, you've added saturation, you've added distortion, compression, whatever it is that you want to add. The other thing is when it comes to these minimal drops like you have, the rhythm and the melody is cool, the ba ba. What you should definitely emphasize, it's kind of like the advice I've been singing this entire stream, but slight tweak, use, wait for it, a delay send, not a reverb send. What you're going to do is you're going to crank and turn on the delay send only when the space needs to be filled. Go listen after this to my song with Kashmir, The Chant. This is how we did this, the post drop right before the break when that new synth comes in. There's a huge gap, and we did a delay send where we automated it so it turns on when that lead dips out and it fills out that space tremendously. That's kind of what you need here to fill up this gap. When it comes to these minimalistic drops, wet effects in the form of delay, reverb, etc., it's gonna be what makes the minimalistic drop sound big. Very simply. That's it. So one thing I want to compliment you on is your drums. I think the drums are awesome. I love this little loop that you've got in here. Right there, that. Love that. Very good. Okay, so now let's go to the break. This is what I was Guys, I'm sorry. I'm so spent. I'm so spent. I am fumbling, stuttering. Let's lock in just for a second. Okay. Goodness, it's been a day. The ARP that you have, cash money. You did it. This is it. So good. Here's where you faulted, though. You did not make that the star of the show. This is a fun realization sometimes. I've done this to myself as well. Sometimes you have such a cool element in your track, and it's kind of like a secondary or tertiary, however you say that word, element. But it's so good, it should be the star of the show. And I believe in this case, that's what the ARP is. Like, this ARP is so damn cool. I love the triplet. I love the melody. But it very much so takes a back seat behind everything. Now, with that being said, let's talk about this hands up moment. This is exactly what I'm talking about. You've got these like cool video gamey Nintendo 64 chords that come in, but two main problems. Number one, they are completely overpowering the ARP, which you established as like, at least here you established as the star of the show, but then you removed it. So that's kind of what I'm talking about. Like, let that ARP play out here with the cutoff open. Very important. Further, sorry. You generally should not have a dotted eighth note rhythm with triplets, because that just sounds chaotic and messy. That's why it kind of sounds like offbeat in a way. Even though it's not offbeat, it kind of sounds offbeat because of that situation. So do not use the dotted eighth note rhythms along with triplets. You've committed to triplets for the break with this ARP. Stay in triplets. Keep everything either sustained, or if you insist on rhythm, keep it in a triplet rhythm. Further, another really, really important thing. This section, I forgot to mention, this post drop, this like C section of the drop, if you will. This is usually an opportunity in big room techno to start hinting at the break. And I feel like there was no real development for this section. What you should do, and the light bulb moment came on for me as soon as I heard this break, because I was going to mention it, and then I heard the break, and I was like, oh, you have it. Put this ARP here. That melody should go here with the only change that it should not be playing triplets. So keep that exact melody, but just put it in quarter notes instead of triplets. Put that here. And then maybe if you're really feeling fancy, what you can do is you can have like an ARP. Let me show you. This sounds kind of similar already. Okay, I will roughly remake your melody. Let me at least just see what key you're in. Okay, F sharp minor. Okay, so like roughly speaking, I'll just BS my melody. It's kind of like that. It's slightly off. But either way, what I'm recommending, that would play... Also, I think your track's probably like 140 if I had to guess. Okay, so imagine for your post drop, and I apologize for the mic feedback. It's so hard to manage that. I got to figure that out. Because I want to be able to produce on these streams too. Anyway, so. That's not the right timing. So you can kind of roughly see the idea. Imagine if you take that ARP, put it here, you're already hinting at the break. Now, for that trick that I was telling you about, to transition from quarter notes, right? Because you're not going to use triplets there. That will sound really crazy. But the triplets sound good in the break. So to transition from that to that, a fancy idea that I had is to take an ARP. You could do this many different ways, but I'm going to do it this way. Set this to repeat. Why is it not working anymore? Hold on. Sometimes the FL Studio arpeggiator, when I'm doing this, gives me a little trouble. What are my settings supposed to be? Oh, I'm dumb. I'm cooked. It's supposed to be sustained. That's why. Sorry. That's my bad. See the vision? You do that, kind of like transition. As soon as the what's it called? This impact hits. Put the impact here, put this there. Right? Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. And then you come back to triplets. So I don't know what the triplet time and the arpeggio time. You can see top left here. There's those numbers. I don't know what the triplet timing would be. Probably a question for ChatGPT. If I sat here long enough and fiddled with it, I could figure it out. But we're not going to do that right now. But just to recap, you would do something like this. And then you would transition back into the triplets, which I'm not going to be able to get exactly right now. But imagine this happens, transitions into triplets, and then your melody takes over right here. Right, like back to whatever we made before, which I deleted. Goodness. But yeah, hopefully that paints a good picture. And then just to be super clear, that melody is so good, everything is so good, you should have that be the star of the show for the hands up section. So make sure that this pluck that you have, you can most likely open up the cutoff. So imagine this. That's such a good idea, by the way. That sounds really dope. Eventually, towards the hands up moment, you're going to want to open up the cutoff on the ARP. Like that, for example, and layer accordingly. And make sure that's the star of the show. Make sure you're highlighting that melody. And then transitioning out of triplets back into regular quarter note time. The way you did it here is actually perfectly fine. So you can just continue with that. And then the last note I'm going to leave you with, my man. Just the overall master. I think for this genre of music, man, it needs to be banging. It needs to be really loud. This looks like there's way too many dynamics. You want it to look, honestly, like a fat brick wall. You're at -9, -10 LUFS. You can easily hit -4, dude. -5, -4. You could probably just literally... Yeah, literally just gain it up into some kind of clipper or a limiter, and you're off to the races. Truthfully, if you wanted to get the most big roomy type of sound, you should use Ozone Maximizer. But that's, listen, do not underestimate in this style of music, the mastering and like the feeling of being slammed is actually really important. If you take any big room track, like take your favorite big room song, I mentioned Thunder before by W&W. If we listened to the unmastered version of Thunder that looked like this, it would be missing some key power. Keep in mind though, it's a slippery slope because I don't want to trick you guys into thinking that mastering is like a fix-all. It is definitely not. Your song needs to be well produced before mastering even does anything. But especially in today's day and age with today's technology, there's no reason to not just produce at the volume you intend to release the track in, especially in these big room settings. Now, don't get me wrong, there are select cases, and I don't want the purists to come at me. Actually, they can. I actually don't give a shit. But either way, in the context of making big room, just produce loudly into a clipper, into a limiter, whatever it is, and you're off for the races. You'll be in a much better spot, and your song will sound better than just leaving it like this and making sure you're not clipping or something like that. That's super dated advice. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. That is it. Shoe White, I like your name. It is not possible to send a demo, as I will be signing off, but you could do it for next time. Right now, I'm aiming to do these streams monthly. These streams are happening monthly. If you really want to be the most up-to-date and have the greatest chance of getting your track reviewed, subscribe to my Patreon. That is how this whole thing started. This started just for my Patreon members, and then I started to showcase it on YouTube, but still giving incentives to my Patreon members since that's where it all started, and that was the purpose. But yeah, guys, other than that, I've just been juggling a lot. Between work and personal life, and it's all good stuff, like very, very blessed, but I'm just feeling spent, and I've been taking this time gearing up for the new year, strategizing and figuring out content, figuring out music and everything. So right now 2026 is gearing up to be absolutely insane. For your guys' sake, here on YouTube, I most definitely plan on upping the YouTube content once again. Studio time with Ryos. Haven't really been uploading that as much, but that's because of all these opportunities that I'm currently working with. But as I flesh these out and finalize, I'm going to try to make a more streamlined process for myself so I can upload more. But yeah, other than that, man, life's good. You guys are amazing. I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. And I hope you guys have a great Friday night. And I won't catch you guys on stream again until the new year. So happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. And I will see you guys in the next stream. And I'll see you guys here on YouTube soon. I'll see you guys around. All right? All right, guys. I'm out of here. Peace out, Cubs.